Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tvanvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatam Trigunaitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Namaskaram, welcome everyone to Hinduism Now Global Press Live. Hindus talking about Hindumisia, how I became a Hindu activist. So I'd like to ask our guest for today's podcast, Kyung. Aya, can you just please go ahead and briefly introduce yourself, please, for everyone. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyung. I'm from Singapore. Originally, I was born in Malaysia. I'm a Hindu. I'm a practicing Hindu. Originally, my religion is I'm not born into a Hindu. I was born in a family of Taoists. If some of you might know or heard of is Taoist, basically we still pray to different deities and all that. How should I start? Let me see. Okay, maybe I just briefly tell a little bit history of myself. How I got into from why I am, when I was born as a Taoist and then became a Hindu. I'll just briefly tell you my history of my path. So what happened is I was born in Malaysia. In so-called by name and all that, we actually pray to deities and all that. In Taoist, they have a lot of deities like the Guan Yin, we call it the Guan Yin, and we also pray to Buddhism and all that. But actually, if I now look at it, right, we don't really have a lot of understanding. We just say that I'm a Buddhist or I'm a Taoist. But when you actually ask us, when I asked my parents and all that when I was young, we just follow what our parents do. That's all it is. We don't really understand why we do certain things. We don't have an in-depth understanding. So we just continue to do as it is because I was born into that religion. That's about it. So in my previous religion as a Taoist and all that, we always have, when I was very young, I already have some experiences, like I was able to see so-called like spirits or ghosts and all that. So usually when we have that kind of experiences, my parents will always have a lot of fear. They will bring us to see a medium to cast off those evils or anything like that. So I didn't quite understand because when I was young, for me is, when I have that kind of experiences, I just see it as an experiences, but there's a lot of fear infiltrate into us. But our parents is like these things are bad omen. This is not a good thing. We must do something to dispense off the bad karma or the bad omen or whatever it is. So usually what they do is we're gonna go to the temple and look at the medium, and then we share our experience, what I saw and all that kind of thing, and then they will give us a talisman. So usually what a talisman is always have some writing in it, and then it is written into a yellow paper, and then they will always ask us to burn it and then drink it, and then everything will be okay. So when I was younger, I usually have a lot of these kind of experiences. I always get to see things that I do not understand, not from so-called from this frequency. So usually from our side, the tendency to always have this thing about what to do, what not to do. A lot of fear is inflicted or is ingrained into us. So even I have a lot of exposure because I was born in Malaysia. We are exposed to a lot of different cultures. That means also different religion. Like I was exposed to Hinduism. I was exposed to Christianity, Muslim, Islam, and all that. But so I didn't quite understand what is it all about. Then I went into school, and then as usual, nothing really very exciting when I was growing up, except like these few experiences and all that. Then after that, when I go into working life, then I started to have, I left my home, I came to Singapore. I left home, I came to Singapore in my early 20s and all that. So then I was just like doing what other people do, you know, like find a work, get a job, earn some money, do this, do that, basically what the society is so used to it. And somehow in my mind, at the back of me, is like I didn't really question so much, but a lot of things I didn't quite understand why we have to do certain things, like why do we have to go to do certain things, like, oh, you must get a permanent job. If you have a permanent job, then you're secure, blah 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 and blah blah blah. So we are conditioned in that way. But for me, I couldn't quite understand that part, because I don't understand how can you get a permanent job, you're secure, and also I have a lot of questioning. But somehow it didn't go too in depth to me. But then as I grew older, as I go into the industry, I was in advertising before. Currently I'm a yoga teacher, but previously I was working as a designer. I worked in an advertising industry, because when I was very young, I loved arts and all that. So I thought that is a very natural transition. So in order to do arts and be able to sustain myself, to earn money, blah, 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 and so on, I went into advertising. And I started to, and advertising, the culture was generally very intense. You work long hours, they expect you to work long hours, they expect you to stay overnight at the agency, they have to prove yourself, you have to be very hardworking. All this very toxic culture, and then it's very gossipy and very vicious. It's a very vicious industry. Even outwardly, when you tell people that, oh, I'm in a design industry, people see it's a very glamorous, it's very creative, blah blah blah. I'm not saying it's not, but somehow I developed a lot of this hatred towards the industry itself. So finally, when I reached my early 30s, out of the blue, I don't know what is it. Nobody tells me about yoga and all that. I just had this thing in me. Somebody tells me that I need to do yoga. So somehow I just tell a group of my close friends, I tell them, okay, let's attend a yoga class and all that. At that time in my 30s, in Singapore, yoga is almost unheard of. But somehow things start to align for me, and I get connected with Ramakrishna Association, and I attended the yoga classes and all that. I'm able to connect in a very physical sense, in a physical way. I was very intrigued with what my body can do. I was intrigued, wow, my body can do this, can do that. So I kind of like continue where else. A few of my friends joined me, actually eventually dropped out from the yoga. So I continued for a while. Then finally I was still in advertising. I was still working as a designer, and at the same time I was starting to practice yoga, hatha yoga, and then finally I stopped for a while. And a few years later, when I stopped for a while, I came back again. And as I was joining a gym membership, I was thinking I wanted to get fit and do something more active, blah blah blah, and so on. And there I started again attending yoga classes in a gym for a few years. Then I started to have, as I go deeper into the practices, I realized that I started to have a lot of body pain in me. Body pain, I was very like, I couldn't quite understand. I have a lot of questioning that the teacher at that point was unable to answer the questioning that I have, unable to provide the question that I have. And then as I go, then I decided to take teacher's training in India. I did it, I cannot remember the year, but I did it. So I went there for a month and I came back. So I started to go a little bit, half of my foot into teaching yoga. But at the same time, I'm still doing freelancing as a designer. So I find it so that way I can able to sustain myself, my lifestyle, or whatever you want to call it. So I was still in much like that, but I was never really into my own religion I was born to, that is Taoism. I never really questioned so much. I just like, no, that is just, it doesn't do anything. because of my questioning in like why I don't understand why I was born in this life, what is the purpose, I didn't quite understand. At the point of time, I really have a lot of built up of my own suffering that I created. I have a lot of anger issues, which of course at the point of time, I did not see anything. I was very critical about things. I was very bitter about life in general. I couldn't understand like, why do I need to come into this life and then do all this, going through so much suffering, and then that's it, you know, I find it is meaningless. So I started to have this questioning. I started to ask my close friends. I started to ask all these questions. They're trying their best to give whatever they're based on their own understanding, but it did not quench the questioning I have. You know, I find it just doesn't make sense at all. So then at one point I started to, from the yoga group, I started to make friends and all that. So they have like contacts. They go for meditation and all that. So I did meditation a few times. I did meditation and all that. So that actually started to help me a lot, because it started to make me realize a lot of things that I have to look into it to understand. So that is how my seeking start to get more intensified as I get my practices. I started to go deeper into my yoga practice. I started to do meditation. I started to do a little bit of Dharma reading, Buddhist Dharma reading and all that, trying to understand myself, what I'm going through and all that kind of thing, but with the monk and then my teacher, my yoga teacher. So then I did yoga teacher training again in Pune quite many years back, I think more than 10 years ago. I had a very great teacher that I was following, the Iyengar teacher. He's from Sydney. He's an Australian, but he has helped me a lot. He has guided me and all that. So he actually, his processes was quite interesting because I can resonate with it. Is because he brings out a lot of pain patterns in me, but it took a lot of years. So a lot of years, my body was going through a lot of pain. As I go deeper into the practices, the more pain I experiences in the practice, which I don't quite understand of itself. Even though he trying to make me see certain things and all that, I was unable to see it. And then a lot of frustration, anger, anxiety, you know, all these negative emotions just starts to surface a lot for, I think, almost like 10 years for me. So then after that, when my mom passed on about 7 years ago, so my mom, actually, before my mom passed on, that is when my seeking start to go deeper into it, the questioning, because before my mom passed on, actually, my mom went through a lot of suffering. She always had depression. She was, most of the time she was depressive. As she gets older, it got worse. And then for the last 2 years before her passing, I so call it, is she did not have a very good passing because she suffered a lot. She had a renal failure. Eventually her heart started to collapse, and she has lungs also is not starting to give her a lot of problems. Basically, all her major organs is not able to support her. So she was going through a lot of suffering during the 2 years. That itself, actually, the experience when I was witnessing it, me and my siblings and all that started to witness in my own ways, that we started to question, what is this? It actually made me more frustrated with myself, because it's like looking at somebody that you are very close with. I've grown up with very close with my mother. I shared with a lot of things with my mom and all that. When you see these things happen, you don't understand what is the purpose of life. Why do a person have to come, you know, born in this life and then go through so much suffering and then they just die like that? It doesn't make sense to me. I didn't quite understand. So I started to question about what is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of life? So at the same time, I have two sisters. I'm the youngest. I have two elder sisters. My elder sister is, so she is also going through her own spiritual path. She go into a lot, like she's doing like Reiki, crystal healings and all that. So her spiritual path was a little bit different. She's a nurse before, then she went into marketing on medical products and all that. So she's the one that actually has a direct experience of my mom's death. When she was a nurse, she works in the ICU, intensive care unit. So when my mom went into the operation, when she collapsed after the operation, right, she was there. She actually witnessed, she's able to recount what is happening and all that. So because of that, also that traumatic experiences, she actually, I will digress a little bit because it actually links up to how we are connected to Hinduism. So because of my mom's, because she's able to witness and that traumatic experiences she had with my mom and all that, it actually evoked a lot of intensity in her seeking about life also in her own ways. So after my mom's death, she started to seek very, very, in fact, for her, she was very, very intense. She's a very intense person. She's a very intense person. So she started to seek very intensely. She's listening to a lot of satsang or dhammas in YouTube and all that. So when she discussed with me, when we are communicating, I always tell her that, you cannot just do it on your own. You need a guru or somebody that is more enlightened or more enlightened to guide us. You cannot just like listening to just satsang and all that in order for you to be able, because sometimes I say, because we are so deluded, right? We can just interpret in our own ways. So I always tell her like that, but she somehow, even though she's listening to a lot of this thing in YouTube and all that, she's unable to find anybody she's able to connect for, I think, for a couple of years or so. So she just continued to do what she needs to do. She do a lot of reading and all that. She went into a different gurus and all that, listening. She's able to connect, but yet it's the same. Her experiences was quite similar to me. She's unable to connect with any guru that are able to answer all the questions that she has about life. So I think about 4 or 5 years ago, one out of the blue, she called me. She was very, very excited. I think it was somewhere in the mid-year. She called me. She said she's finally, she got connected. She found a guru and she wanted to do a program. And she said she's going to do a program in inner awakening. So at the time, I was still doing some meditation. I follow this Buddhist monk and all that. So I have a certain ideas about, I have a very strong idea. I hold a certain ideas about impression about spirituality. Before she actually said anything, she told me that to have myself to be a very open-minded about whatever she's going to reveal to me. She said she found this guru in a YouTube. She's able to resonate. She said this guru is not what I have in mind about spirituality. So she asked me to be very open-minded. So at that point of time, because I thought I'm very open-minded, I thought, since I've been practicing yoga for so many years, I went for meditation twice, I did yoga teachers training. So I was pretty arrogant about myself, So I have a certain idea about my spiritual path, that I'm better than her, blah, 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 and so on. So the moment when she sent a video, which is my current Swamiji is behind me, he's my guru. Nithyananda, so Nithyananda Paramashivam. So I was not, my first impression was like, it was a culture shock for me, because the first thing I saw is like, he's sitting in a gold throne, he's wearing a lot of gold. That is not the idea I had about spirituality. I thought that spirituality, it must be like, you must not have any attachment to material things and all that. When I saw that, I was like, I went into this culture shock. I cannot accept it. I couldn't understand why she had this strong connection with this. So I actually went into this strong rejection towards Swamiji at the time. So it's like I couldn't take it.
I'm gonna just take you back. We're gonna go into that for sure. Okay, I just want to also summarize some of what you said, okay?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so you were born in Malaysia?
Yes, I was born in Malaysia. Now I'm a Singapore citizen because I surrender my citizenship. I surrendered my Malaysian citizenship, so I became a Singaporean because I stayed here for half my adult life. So I was very comfortable. I decided that, okay, when I reached 40, I decided that I had to decide where I want to reside. So I decided to give up my previous Malaysian citizenship. Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. So, and then you said that you were born into the family was involved with Taoism.
Yes. So maybe I can just elaborate a little bit because some people are not so familiar with Taoism. People are more familiar, like when you say you're a Buddhist, people are more familiar. Oh, Buddhist, the Buddha sitting in a Padmasana, like what you're doing now, and then like this. But when you talk about Taoism, Taoism is quite similar. I wouldn't say it's the same, but it's quite similar as Hinduism, where we have a lot of deities. Like deities, certain deities have a certain powers, or they express certain powers and all that. So Taoism is like that. It's exactly like that. We pray to like goddess of mercy. We pray to the God that takes care of the land or the house. We also pray to our ancestor. We pray to Buddha also. So it's a mix of different deities. That is Taoism. And basically, Taoism tends to be a lot more ostentatious. They have a lot more ritual. They have a lot of do's and don'ts. But mostly, from my understanding now, when I look at it, the do's and don'ts usually is always incurred a lot of fear in it. Like you cannot do this. If you do this, something bad is going to happen. If you do this, something is going to happen. It always put you into this powerless space. I'm not trying to be like putting down about Taoism, but that's how the culture of Taoism has evolved through the years.
Okay, great. Can you take us back to when you were born? What was that? What was the can you tell us about that? Give us some background there. Where you were born, what was happening in your family at that time, where you were living, what it was like.
Okay. I was actually born in a very small town state in the north of Malaysia, in the West Malaysia. I was born in a very small town, but when I grew up, I actually grew up in, my family actually moved to a few places, but finally I grew up, most of my growing up time is in Kuala Lumpur. That is the main city in Malaysia, in West Malaysia. So that's where I grew up. So family is pretty small. I have two siblings, like what I said earlier, two elder sisters, that's it. And I'm the youngest, I'm the only boy. So both my parents are English educated. So that's the reason why even though I'm Chinese, I don't speak Mandarin. So they call us the banana people, because it's like, the skin and the flesh is of a different color. So I grew up speaking in dialects. My dad is a Cantonese. Maybe some people might be able to relate it. My mom is Hokkien. So I grew up communicating in these two dialects, which is Cantonese with my dad and my mom as Hokkien. So that is my dialect group. And my parents generally are English educated, so we also communicate in English language and all that. My mom is a nurse before she retired, and my dad is a land surveyor. So actually, when I grew up, when we were very young, most of the time my dad is not at home, because he as a land surveyor, he has to go to the jungle. He's away from home for like 6 months or so before he'll come back. So we don't really see him that often. So when I grew up, I was a lot closer to my mom than my dad. My dad is a type of a Asian father that's not very communicative, and they don't show as an Asian father. They also, I'm not sure whether it applies to all, but based on my experience, is he doesn't show his emotion that much. He just need to do, he's responsible as a father. He just needs to do whatever he needs to do as a father. That's all. He's not very communicative with us. So when I grew up, actually, I had a lot of, I would so-called at one period, I was actually had a lot of fear towards my father, because he's a very quiet person. He doesn't say too much, and he is not very communicative. So I always had this fear about him, because I'm not sure where he's coming from. And And at the point of time, of course, I see him as somebody that is very authoritative, and somebody that I have to respect. That's about it. But I'm very close to my mom. I shared a lot of my things and all that. So I grew up much closer to my mom than with my dad. That is my childhood. So in school, not very exciting, I guess. It's like, when you're a child growing up, you go to school, you do like what everybody do. From very young, I always loved to draw. Even before I go to school, I always had this infinity with the creative part of me. I love to draw. Nobody encouraged me. My parents never encouraged me, but I grew up like liking to draw. I just love to draw. I have a lot of imagination, and I'll imagine about things, weird things and all that. I started to put it on paper and all that. So my favorite subject, of course, is art from very young age. So I always get distinction for that. I can't say that for other subjects. So that's how it is for me. And I don't know. I think that's it. We have a maid. We have a servant. At the point of time, we refer it as a servant because both my parents have to work. So my mom actually hired a lady that she comes from a small village in Malaysia. So she is like a caretaker for us. We call it a servant at the time. Basically, she takes care of the house. She takes care of us. When we go to school and come back to school, she makes sure that there's food on the table and all that. Basically, she's like a second mother to us. My mom gave her a lot of power to discipline us and all that. Whatever says, it goes. So it was like that. So we had a very close relationship with her until when I was primary 6, like when I was 9, maybe 10 years old. Then she decided that she has to do her own thing. She needs to get married to have a family, and then she left. That is when I go into secondary school. That is, I think it's about 12 years old. I couldn't quite remember the age. So that is, we became quite independent because my parents still have to work. So we started to like go to school, you take care of your own food, you come back from school, take care of your own food. You either go outside to buy food or you cook or whatever you need to do. Basically, you have to do it for yourself. So I became very independent in a young age, in that sense that we have to take care of ourselves in that way. That's how it is. I think that's all I can say. Anything else you want me to touch on?
What was your early memories and relationship with your father like?
I always see he's very stern and a very quiet person. He doesn't say much. Like, I do not want to go near him. That is my early relationship with him. Like, just keep a distance, But when my much earlier, I now suddenly I have this this imagery comes into my mind now. Is like, he used to be when I was when I was an infant, when I was just starting to walk and all, he used to play with me a lot. I remember he used to play with me a lot, like flexing his muscles, and I had very close, intimate physical interaction with my dad. But when I reached a certain age, somehow he became very distant. He became very distant. He's not so communicative. He's not so physical with us, like in terms of like the touch and all that. He becomes, how I see it is like he becomes very cold. There's a certain distance in him. And then because at that time also, where at that certain age, his work requires him to work outstation like for a long time, right, from 6 months and all that. That doesn't help also. So when he came back, like he would spend maybe about a month or so and all that. He's not very communicative. He just do what he needs to do as a father. His presence is there, but he's not very communicative. That's my impression with my dad. Until a certain age, I think my mom started to see that it's a problem, that there is a gap between the father relationship with the children. I remember quite clearly that my mom had an argument with my dad about how he should open up, how he should be more communicative with the children. I remember they had a huge argument about this, his relationship with the children. She kind of like told him that he needs to talk more to the children, more communicative, more interaction and all that. That's what I remember about that. Then after that, he did make an effort. He made more effort to talk to us, more interaction with us, with the children in general. So that is my impression of my dad.
Great. Then what was the age gap between you and your sisters?
1 year apart. I'm now 50. By year, I'm now 52. My second sis is 53, and my eldest sis is 54. Yes.
Great. Have you ever spoken to them, or do you have any idea what or when the distancing of your father happened at some point? What was?
No, somehow we never really talk about our relationship with our dad until much only in recent times. Like I would call it maybe the last 15 years, we start to have a little bit more, our relationship with our dad changed quite a bit. After that, even when we started going to work and all that, we are so busy with like so-called building our life. We never really talk about our relationship with our dad. Only in recent years, like the last 15 years, we have more interaction, we have more open communication with our dad. Other than that, not really. No.
Okay. And you said your mother's background was what? Is it Chinese, or I don't know actually?
Yeah, Chinese. Basically, if you say our ancestors, right? Our ancestors actually comes from China itself. Our ancestors. So different region of China, right? You have different groups of dialects. There are many dialects. I'm not sure how many. So my mom belongs to the Hokkien dialect, the dialect group, which means we speak a different dialect. My dad comes from a different dialect group, which means he is a Cantonese. So that's all. But because we have more interaction with our mom when we're growing up, we tend to speak more Hokkien because we interact more with my mom rather than Cantonese. But we speak both dialects. We grew up speaking both. We communicate in both dialects.
So what about your parents? Where did they grow up? How did they meet?
They actually born in Malaysia. My dad is born in Ipoh, in the northern part of Malaysia. My mom also is born in the northern part, but she's born in a different state. It's called Setiawan. It's not many people really know it. Ipoh is my dad. My mom, they met through some social gathering when they were young. My mom loved to dance. She loved to go to ballroom dancing. She likes to do dressing up and all that. I think that's how they met. That's from my mom sharing. So they met through a social gathering, dance and all that. That's how they met.
Very nice. So they were yeah, your mother was a nurse, your father was a land surveyor. What was their age when they had their first child? Or?
I think it's 28. It was considered controversial at that era. My mom is born in 1939. My dad is born in 1938. So in the era, for even to get married and have first child in their late 20s is considered like unusual during that period where during the period they are born in. So they are considered quite late. Even their marriage is quite late. To have the first child is considered quite late. She's definitely had the first child as I think in a late 20s. I remember she told me she got married in her 28, at the age of 28. Her age is 28. My dad is 29. I would think, I'm not sure. I would think that the first child is 29, which is my sister, and then 30, and then 31.
So that's great. So what was the what kind of a home were you living in, and what was the kind of city or town that you're in?
We're living in KL. We grown up in KL.
Okay.
KL, Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur, that is the biggest city now in Malaysia. So we grew up in a, because we are considered as an average. We are not like born in a rich family or anything like that. That's why both my parents have to work. We live in a, we call it a double story. So basically like 2 stories, of course, and then it's a attached house, or you have both neighbors on both your side. It comes in rows and all that. So we grew up in that kind of home. My impression also growing up, like we always have some kind of a struggle with financial situation. That is my impression. It's not like we don't have food at certain days of the day, certain days and all that. We don't have to struggle that much, but we always feel that, I always had this impression when we grew up, that we always have to be a bit more frugal. Like money doesn't come easy, or my parents have to work very hard to earn a living, you know. So like education is very important. You must get good results so you can have good career in later part of your life and so on. That is the wish of my parents. That is the impression I get when I was growing up. So it's a city itself. We have good neighbors. We have good relationship with the neighbors. You know, we have relatives that stay in different states. I think at that point of time, my dad has some relation in KL, but also some relation in other states and all that. Yeah. So it's a big city. That's all I say. It was fun for me when I was growing up, especially when I go into college and all that. When I take art, that was part later after when I finished my school. When I started taking art courses and all that, I had a lot of fun during that time, because I was like going wild and experimenting all the things that we shouldn't be doing, but then I was doing it behind my parents' back.
Okay, great. But you were born in a smaller place in the north, right?
Yes. In the north, is a state that called Perak. The place is called Alo Gajah. Actually, Alo Gajah is a very small town. It's a hospital. I was born there. But if you ask me how the place looks like, I never knew how the place looks like, because when I grew up, I was not there anymore. I was just born there. But I grew up in another place, which is also, at the time, it's a small town. It's called Setiawan, for a few years. But most of my growing up is at Kuala Lumpur. I schooled at Kuala Lumpur until my college.
Okay, great. Can you tell us, what was your home life like? What was the routines? What do you remember doing in the home? Was there was Taoism a practice in there, or were you doing practices that way, or your parents or anything?
Basically, when as a Taoist, we have a ritual. We will pray before we have any food and all that. We will have to pray to the deities in the morning. That's what we need to do. And then the ritual is before in the morning, and before you had your first meal, and then before you have your last meal, which is dinner, you need to pray to the deities again. That's what we need to do. That is the ritual. And of course, we have like every 15 days, we have like the full moon and all that. We have to prepare certain food and offerings to the deities. We have to pray for every 15 days of the month, which is the full moon. So we follow that. So there's a certain ritual in us. We do practices like that. But if you actually ask now, if I really look into it, right, my parents never really understand what they do and what they did and why we follow and all that. It's just because it's been passed on from from one generation to another generation. So we don't question it. We don't really like go in deep into it. We just follow only. That's all. So other than that, the growing up at home is not very eventful, I would say. Neither it is very. I had some bad experiences. I don't know whether I want to touch about it now. Maybe later. So I had some bad experiences when I was very young. Maybe I should just say I was sexually assaulted when I was very young by my uncle, which is my dad's brother, eldest brother. He's no more in this body. He's gone. So I never couldn't quite understand that. So he used to do that, especially when we celebrate Chinese New Year. When we celebrate Chinese New Year, every year we'll do house visiting. So they'll come to the house, and then they will, of course, pay respects and stuff like that, and then catching up with the relatives, with the families, and all that. So every time when he comes, he will do something to me. He'll be very physically, he will corner me, and then he will just do something. So I didn't like that experience so much. So for many years, he do that all the time, every year, annually. It's almost like an annual ritual like that for him. Every time he see me, he will say something. I couldn't quite remember what he said, but I know he will say something, and then he'll do something to me. Even though the time I grew up, I never really liked him. I always trying to avoid him. That is my not most eventful experience I had when growing up. Other than that, I think my childhood was quite a good experience. I think it's uneventful. It's not like a lot of suffering. I get to do what I want to do. My parents trying to provide their best to bring us up.
Right. Yeah. 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 This. Yeah. It's. Yeah. I guess it's kind of. It's probably, in a lot of ways, it's kind of even looking back, it's sort of in a lot of ways, it's like a bit of a mystery how, any child, sort of responds or cognizes those kind of experiences, yeah, to have the, it's tough to, exactly how, how a child makes sense of those kind of things. Do you have any sense for how you made sense of any of that?
The incident with my uncle? No.
Yeah.
I just, for me at that age, because I was so young, I think it happens when I was like age of 5. I think it started like that. I couldn't quite remember when is it, but I always remember the number is like 5. So it go on like for 5-6 years. When I reach a certain age, right, he felt that I'm really reaching a certain age, he stopped doing that. Other than that, it didn't make sense to me. I didn't quite understand why he has to do that. He has a family and all that. I just know that I didn't like that feeling. I don't like that. I don't like being cornered into the so-called my own home. My own home. He'll corner me, and then he just do what he needs to do. But not that he needs to do it, but I don't understand why he has to do that. So I think I couldn't quite even remember. Even I spoke to my parents, but I think for them it's like it's nothing wrong with it. They probably thought there's nothing wrong with it. They don't see there's a problem to it. That's how it is. Because it's like, it's family. Why would family, even if you say they think that you are just overreacting or whatever it is. So for me, I don't understand the whole situation. I never really understand the whole situation until much later, when I started to go, my seeking start to go very intense, the questioning, the suffering and all that. That is when all the things I started to be able to see all these things. I'm able to make sense of it, why it happened and all that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Okay. So you are your family, did you live in just one house the whole time in KL?
Yes. Yes, in KL. No, two houses. The first house is my dad rented that place for a long time until when we reach a certain age. So finally, we are financially he's able to do it. He actually bought a house. Then we moved to a second house, which is also is based in Kuala Lumpur.
Okay, great. So okay, so so Taoism, you're saying there's sort of multiple deities. Is I mean, I don't really know. Does Buddhism have multiple deities also, or
No, Buddhism is just like you we worship Buddha. So that's what is very simple. It's like that. But for Taoism, like if I give a metaphor like with like Hinduism, like we have like Kalabarava, we have Devi Parashakti, we have Venkateshwara, Lord Venkateshwara. So we have all that. So Taoism is like that. We have the goddess of mercy. We have we call it, I don't know in English term what is it called, but in our dialect we call it Guang Gong. He is very ferocious. His character, the kind of power that he manifested, it reminded me a lot like Lord Kalabarava. He's very ferocious. When you look at him, he has this very long beard, and then he will be holding a weapon and all that. When you look at him, if you look at him, you'll be a bit fearful. That is my impression. That is my connection with Kalabarava. Even though I'm very, very connected with Kalabarava now, but the first time when I saw Kalabarava is like, I have a lot of fear. He actually brings out a lot of fear in me. Of course, I couldn't understand at that point of time, but of course now I don't see that because he's totally one of my Ishta Devatas for Kalabarava. So Guang Gong is like that. Goddess of Mercy is very like Devi Parashakti, but she's not so ferocious. She's very in Goddess of Mercy, she's very gentle. She has a very serene face, very motherly. So it's just like Devi Parashakti or any Devis, right? Or any goddesses, they are very motherly. That is Goddess of Mercy. Then we have also can't remember one now. We have one that we actually worship. He comes in the form of a tiger. He comes in the form of a tiger. He is very ferocious. He will always, his form he will put it at the base of the altar. That means very close to the floor. He must be worshipped on the ground. So and then I think every Friday you have to offer him, I think pork or something like that. I couldn't quite remember that impression. So we always have that. And then we also worship our ancestors. So we have an altar, we have a tablet that we worship we give offerings, and then we worship our ancestors also. And then we also have a tablet that is, we worship the sky. That means that every time we pray, we pray to the sky. That's what we do. And also, we also pray to the land, also the land of the house that take care of us, take care of the house. They are like the guardian of the house. That's what we do.
Okay, great. So in general, do Buddhists do that sort of thing also, or?
Okay. I think Buddhism, right? If we really want to talk about Buddhism, even like from Malaysia and in Singapore, the practices are very different. Very different. If you ask me the origin of how Buddhism is, right? To be honest, I can't tell you because I never really go deep into Buddhism. Because it's like the practices in Malaysia, the Buddhism are really very evolved, so-called. In Singapore, they also evolve in many ways. Even though they say it's Buddhism, right? But when I look at it, right, because Buddhism teaching the Dharma is the same, is non-ahimsa, which means if you are really truly a practicing Buddhist, right, you only do a plant-based diet. You don't consume meat. But we do. My family do. we grew up eating meat. We are meat eaters. When I was young, I'm a meat eater. I love pork. I absolutely love pork. My mom would cook certain dishes and all that. So we eat a lot of meat in our diet. We consume a lot of meat in our diet. So if you say that, is that Buddhism? It's not, because if you truly as a Buddhism and all that, like those monks or the nuns and all that, they don't take meat at all. They just like practicing Hindu, you only do plant-based diet. That's it. So in that way, it's like it has evolved into the convenience of how the society wants to see it. It's like, oh, I'm a Buddhist, but are you a practicing Buddhist? There's a question mark there. And how I know there's a difference, because I've been to a Buddhist temple, and I've been to the Buddhist temple in Singapore and all that. I do see that it's a slight difference in terms of the way they practice. Even from one temple to another temple, there's a slight difference in the way how they conduct the ritual and all that. If I've been to a Buddhist temple, I did and all that, they're actually quite simple. They do a lot of chanting, a lot of mantra. That's what they do. A lot of meditation, a lot of mantra. They don't have other deities. They don't pray to other gods or goddesses. You just only see the Buddha murti. That's all you do. That's what it is. It's very simple, very simplistic, very Zen. That's the term that they like to use.
Great. So okay, that's kind of interesting. Taoism. So where does Taoism come from? Like, how does it? Because it sounds like it was quite a, like you were saying, every 15 days you were worshiping. Was it to the sky? Was it, or
the moon, the full moon? The full moon. So every 15 days we had to perform a certain ritual. We had to do some offerings, like we had to give fruits and all that. So every 15 days, for those who are very they want to adhere to it. So every 15 days, right, they don't eat meat. On that 15 days itself, that one day, they only go vegetarian. That is the thing they will follow. But for my parents, we don't do that, but we just do offerings. We will light up candles. We will offer fruits, food, and all that on the altar. That's what we do. Yes.
Okay. So does the Taoism come from? There's a book called the Tao Te Ching or something, or is that not?
Tao, yes. Okay. I can't elaborate so much because I never really go into it. It's just like, even if I ask my parents, do you know much about Taoism? They don't know, just because they just follow because they were born into it. And then they kind of pass on. Then we were born into the family of Taoism, which is my parents. So if I ask my parents, do you really know anything about Taoism? They can't really share much, It's just like, oh, your ancestor, your grandfather doing this, so therefore we just follow accordingly. Or sometimes when we go to the temple, or when the temple person, the medium and all that, they tell us to do this, to do that, we just follow, but we don't really question into it. And for me also, at the point of time, at the point of growing up, I was never really interested in religion. I don't really enjoy it, like going to the temple. I don't understand, like Chinese, why do we have to do this? Why do we have to do that? I find it a little bit of I didn't enjoy the experiences, but neither, so I never really go into it. When I grow up, I never read up and want to know about Taoism, where it's come from, where is the origin of Taoism, how is it come about and all that. If you ask me, I have zero knowledge on that, so I can't tell you on that. Yes.
And great. That's then there's also one other thing you mentioned, how, like, for example, seeing Lord Kalabarava, that it sort of brings up fear and whatnot. It's a little bit of an aside, but it's so it's just part of, like, that it's, that's giving, right, that gives an opportunity for completion, right? Like when we bring up our emotions and we bring up the incompletions and stuff, then that, like, because there's the Hindu temples that have the carvings that depict like sexual intercourse, So basically people slander Hinduism for that, saying that, these Hindus were sex maniacs, sex crazed, and showing these sexual positions, and it's like vulgar, blasphemous, whatever. It's derogatory, it's low level. But the thing is, right, the humanity, we have the lusting patterns, whether it's lusting for food, right, or for other bodies, or just to possess things, alcohol, or non-veg, whatever, television, fantasies about those movie stars or whatever, or people in the community. But so the humanity is suffering with these issues, right? Like everyone is suffering with those issues, and the lack of fulfillment and all that. So then the society needs to be cleansed, right? The society, the individuals of the society need to be cleansed from this fear and greed and lust and worry and competition. Like even the 7 chakras associated with the 7 basic emotions that all the humans are experiencing, we need a solution, right? The society needs a solution. So one of the beautiful sciences of those aspects also, and saying that, like, Lord Kalabhairava and the ferocious deities bring out the fear. They bring out the fear. So what is it doing, right? It's bringing out, right? It's removing, right? It's right. It's cleansing. That's what it's bringing. It brings out the fear in me. People will say, I don't like that. It's sort of what we need to, you're sharing, and a lot of people share that the families had a certain practice. It happens a lot in Christianity in North America and around the world. And, they were following some of the rituals, right? But not with understanding the history, and not understanding the context, not understanding the purpose or the reason, just sort of going through the motions in a certain sense. And so it's like, that's the thing, is like, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that, none of the practices are frivolous. None of the things, like the kind of food you eat or the time or the decoration, none of them are just like cultural, frivolousness. Everything has a scientific backing. And that's sort of the thing, is like, so when this experience brings fear out of us, what we need is the science of how to deal with that fear, right? Like so it's actually an opportunity for the cleansing. And so that's one of the reasons, like every Hindu temple you go to will have its own specificity. Like they'll have their own deity with its own qualities and its own way of worship and the purpose. Every solution, there's a solution for everyone amongst, the pantheon of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and all the deities. We know in the society, men and otherwise, testosterone in the body, it comes out as a lot of possessiveness, as a lot of animosity, a lot of times this violence, and this, this lusting, and this wanting to possess and consume and all that, and control, and this. So that's it's a biological issue, right? It's a, even the definition of how the gonads develop is rudimentary understanding here is whether it's the predominance of estrogen or testosterone that determines, that. So this is extremely profound and influential hormones, right? And so the thing, the experience of the male bodies with lots of testosterone, that is something, a female body without those levels of testosterone, in that sense, won't know what is the experience of having a body flooded with testosterone, right? And how influential that is. In the same way, for the female body to go through their monthly cycles and what is their experience during those times, the male body necessarily, not necessarily will know that and have the same experience. So extremely influential hormones, and small micro milliliter amounts of these things. So, but hugely influential. So the society needs solutions for these things. It's, like ignoring them doesn't make the solution. So some of the temples, the Hindu temples that have these carvings of these sexual positions and stuff, what happens is, and a lot of times there will be not just that one temple, many temples will have one or two carvings like that near the entrance, for example. So what happens is the people who come to the temple, because the humans are struggling with lack of fulfillment and lack of compassion, listening, understanding, and because of that lack of fulfillment inside, looking for fulfillment from outside. So wanting to possess those things with the expectation it will be fulfilling, but naturally that can never be fulfilling. What can fulfill you is only recognizing the space of fulfillment, not throwing more stuff, external things on top of it. Isn't gonna heal the root. So anyway, so that's the part, is that you go to the temple, you see this image of the sexual thing, and so that gets awakened in you, those urges, but you can't act on them. You're at the temple, right? So what it is it gives you opportunity for those things to be brought out, but for them to be burnt out of your system. It's like any addiction, whether it's smoking, coffee, whatever. The way to solve it is through completion and through letting those urges and whatnot burn themselves out. And so that's actually a big part of the science that is wrongly interpreted. And this sort of brings us to the discussion of Hindumisia, Hindu hatred, and attacks against Hindus and discrimination against Hindus. But that one of the major purposes that those depictions are there is so people with, especially we each have our own path that we follow. We each have our own challenges we need to encounter on our road towards, moksha. And that's why all the deities are there. That, Hinduism, it's not many deities, we have infinite deities who are infinitely powerful and infinitely knowledgeable. And so they exist not as one, but in the space of oneness. So anyway, so everyone is, no matter what is your path, there's a provision for you to make sure that you reach the purpose of your life. And so we see that in temples like Sabrimala, with a specific purpose for male bodies, where the female bodies of menstrual age are not entering, because they can damage their own systems as well as influence the ecosystem there. And so there are other temples, Ayyappan temples, that allow, because of the energetic space, female bodies of menstrual age will not be damaged. And so then the temples where there's the depictions of the sexual acts, people who need to be cleansed of that can go there and have that be awakened and let it burn out for the time that they're there, and they go take the prasadam and they have the experience the ritual. By the time they get home, that much period of time, that memory and experience was awakened, and it can be burnt out of the system. So it's like the delayed gratification, right? So it's like when we have the thing and then it's like we immediately want to fulfill it. That's what the addiction is. So when you delay the gratification, then the addiction can become less. So when you are able to do that, outlast the pattern, every time you outlast the pattern, it becomes less influential on you. And if you can just go through that process a few times, then it will not even come back. So anyway, that's just, when we see like Lord Kalabhaiva brings up the fear, it's like, yes, that is right. That's it's funny, right? It's funny because he's so ferocious, but so he evokes that sort of fear. But it's like what he's doing is, giving you the opportunity for completion to remove that. So anyway, just sharing some of those sciences. So we see that that you're having those sort of practices in the home. And so, okay, great. So can you take us from your early life, and you're having these practices in the home? What was your understanding of Hinduism in your early years?
in my early years before I was a Hindu. My impression in my early years through media like TV and all that, usually from the Western interpretation. Like, for example, I wanted to talk about Kali, Devi Kali. So my impression was I didn't quite understand, even though I'm exposed. When I went to school, I'm exposed to different race. Like I was a very close friend to a friend of mine, which is when I was very young, he's an Indian, so he's a Hindu. We never really talk about religion, but my exposure to Hinduism when I was very young is very corrupted, because from the Western way how they portray it. I want to talk about Devi Kali because in the Western, like when you watch movies and they always portray Kali as being very, very dark, very evil. You know, that is they always do that. They portray Kali as being very monstrous. You know, she's this and that. Basically, my impression is for me, why I talk about Kali, because I only start to understand why she is what she is, and you know, recently, I mean, a little bit more about her, you know, to get to understand why she is what she represents and all that. You know, it just seems as Lord Kalabaraba when you don't understand, right? Because he comes in a form that he's very dark, you know, then it's like that. Then he has these two fangs. It's like, you know, first thing is like, because we are so brainwashed from very young, like anything dark means it's bad, you know, white means represent good, you know, so we are conditioned in that way. So anything that when anything that represent that comes in that color or dark colors or bright colors, we really hold a certain idea or imagery in our head that, oh, if it's like this means I put it in this, if it's like this means it's like that. So my impression for me is when I grew up, David Kali definitely hold a very strong impression for me, which is not a good impression, which has a lot of fear, very negative, evil, blah, blah, blah. It's always like that. But now looking at it, it just reminded me when we grow up, we used to watch a lot of these Western movies about cowboys and Indians, the way how they depict the Red Indians. They are very, what is the word for it? They are very, basically they are the bad guys, you know, the cowboys are the good, but actually it turns out it's not like in recent time, you found out that it's not the case, you know, it was the other way around. So imagine how the media brainwash you into believing that, you know, what it is, which is actually is completely false, corrupted, like how they completely just brainwash you to think that, you know, this is all, you know, don't even go into that, because if you go into that, this is going to happen to you and blah 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 and so on. That is my impression of Hinduism. And I always feel that my impression of Hindus are generally not very positive. You know, it doesn't put me in a very positive light. They tend to be a bit more passive. Even my Hindu friends and all that, when I was young, they don't talk about it. They tend to shy away from talking about their own religion, not like other religion like Buddhism or Christians or Catholics and all that, which is a very, it was very profound, like, oh, I'm a very proud, blah, blah, blah. But the Hindus are not like that, not from my exposure. Even that was like, that happens like how many years ago? That's like 40 years ago or 40 plus years ago. It's really the way how how the media decided to portray Hinduism is already there. It's like the way how they destroy the Hinduism, the image of Hinduism and all that, they portray in such a bad light. So that's why when I get my first impression, when I get connected with Swamiji, I completely do not understand where it's coming from, because obviously I was very ignorant about it. You know, I don't understand about the significance of the goal and all that. So what I see is everything is so superficial, is so ingrained of like I hold a certain ideas about spirituality without attachment, blah blah blah, and all that. It was like that's all I know, which is so shallow. So when I see this, I couldn't comprehend it. I find it is unacceptable. I don't understand what is this. Why is it has to be like that? I just a lot of things I was very ignorant about it. So that's why my initial when I connected to Swamiji, it was a lot of rejection. I just can't stand it. I mean, in all honesty, for me, I have a lot of major incompletion with it. It brings out a lot of criticism, a lot of judgment, how spirituality should be, without having any true understanding the context of it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And you know, one of the things you brought up is you know, having the right context about the meaning, and you know, you had said that you had sort of a negative view of Hinduism. Where did that come from?
The negative view of Hinduism comes from the media, TV, by watching the movies and all that. That is the main thing. The smearing of the smearing of the image of Hinduism, especially Kali, because I always had this very fearful and negative image of Kali. You know, I grew up, I thought Kali was like that. You know, it's like when I see Kali, oh, means he stay away. You know, don't associate it. She basically, for me at the time, is she represent evil. That's how I see it. She represent demon or whatever you call it in other religions. You know, she represents Satan, but in this form, in a female form. That's how I see her. It's definitely media, it's TV. I don't read a lot, definitely not from there. But I always remember, like when we watch movies on TV and all that, they always represent Kali is like that. You know, she has many hands. She do this. She fight with the good people and blah 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 and all that. That is my impression of Kali. Definitely is from the media.
Yeah.
Okay,
great. So, so who was making that kind of media?
The Western, like Hollywood, you know, definitely is the Western, because we are already so exposed. A lot of movies always come from the Western world. Definitely not other. Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not other. Definitely not from other Asian counterparts. I'm very sure, because we watch English movies most of the time, so I'm exposed to a lot of English movies, even from very young age. I hardly watch any other language shows or movies.
Okay, great. So then, okay, let's look at your pre-teens. What was happening in and around your life at that point, and with regard also to you know, your family or spiritual life and practices. What could you share about that time?
My pre-teens, I just started to have some experiences with myself. Like I think I mentioned earlier, like when I was very young, I was able to see beings from a different frequency and all
right,
that. So,
yeah.
Yes, so that was when I was very, very young. I used to have that. I already had that experiences. I even had experiences that I actually dreamed of my results, my exam results, and then the next day when the results came out, it was actually exactly what I dreamt of. So it was like that, but it was never like, it was never a big deal out of it, you know. But it really says something that there is some questioning at the back, but I never really think about it. Even like if I have some experiences like being able to see beings from a different frequency, it's always just fear to me. In my pre-teens, at that point in time, how I view myself is like I'm considering myself an introvert. I don't socialize so much. I'm not like some of my friends, how I view them or how I see them. They are very sociable. They can talk to anybody. I do not consider myself to have a lot of friends. I have a few, 2 or 3 very close friends. That's about it. That is my preteens of what I remember now is like that. I do not have a lot of friends. I have only few close friends. I don't socialize so much. I don't mix with those people. I don't really like sports at that time. The only sports I do is running, competitive running. That's about it. That's the most active. Other than that, I think I spend a lot of time with myself, and then of course with my mom. That's the reason why when I grew up, I became very, very close to my mom. Like we talk about everything. She's like a friend to me. My mother, a friend to me. She's like that to me. So I share everything to her. So we talk about everything. We can talk to like 1 to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. We can talk like really like friends. She enjoys my company a lot, and also enjoy her company a lot. That's about it. That is my pre-teens.
Great. What can you tell us about being able to see these other beings?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, you're saying that you were able to see.
Yes.
Able to see. Yeah, what is that? What is it?
Okay. The most what I remember is my first experience, which is I can't remember how old maybe about between 7 to 9 years old. We were living in the first house where I was talking about in Kuala Lumpur. So my bed, generally I shared a room with my servant, the caretaker. So with my siblings, so 3 of us, we had like a double bunk beds. So I sleep on the lower bunk beds. So then my caretaker, my caretaker, the servant, she'll be sleeping on the floor, of course, with a mattress. So she will share a room with us. So she'll take care of us by all sleeping in the same room. So we have the room was in the front room, which is there's a huge balcony that connects our room to my parents' room, which is just next to it on the left side. So there's a huge windows. So when I sleep, when I sleep, I'm always facing the balcony, which means it's like anything on the balcony, I'm able to see what is happening. And the balcony was completely unused. We never go out. We never clean the balcony. It was basically it's a white elephant. So the balcony is redundant. But it just happened that we sleep with a room that is facing the balcony. So one night, I think it was quite late. It was about midnight. I couldn't sleep. So I was lying down. I was facing the windows. Then suddenly I saw my parents. I thought I saw my parents. It was shadows of my parents, and I heard whispering. The 2 person whispering, and then they were talking. So they were like literally in front of me in shadows because there's a street light. So basically they're in shadows. So I thought it's my parents. At that point of time, I saw my parents. I was thinking that's quite unusual. And then I can hear voices and all that. They were whispering very softly because it was late. So I was thinking, yeah, maybe they didn't want to disturb us because we were sleeping, So I was wondering, it's like, why would they want to be going out in the balcony in the middle of the night and then whispering, So of course, at that point of time, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't think it's too weird. I never call out to them. So I just like, oh, okay, it's just parents talking in the balcony. That's about it. So the following day, I was like talking to my mom and all that. So I asked, I say, Mom, why you and Dad were at the balcony late yesterday night and talking to each other and whispering and all that. So it was a very innocent question that I asked, So then my mom said no. She said, why would it? So I said, no, I saw you. I saw both of you. I saw both of you in shadows and all that. Both of you were talking and all that. I can hear you all whispering. I couldn't make out what they were talking. There's a whisper sound, but I couldn't make out what is it. But definitely I can hear voices. So then my mom is like, the first thing, of course, she always hears stories, like neighbors sharing about these strange incidents and all that from other people and all that. So of course, the first thing is she's so fearful. So the first thing she bring me is to the medium, to a temple, a so-called a famous medium, to make sure to cleanse me or whatever it is, all these incidents. just make sure it is being cleaned out. So we go to the medium. I have to take like a talisman. So she gave like 3 talisman. I have to burn it and then pray to the altar, burn it, and then mix with water, and then I just drink the talisman down. That's what we do. That is the solution to it, to the problems that so-called my incidents, that my experiences I had. So that is the most prominent one I remember. Then I had dreams about when I was in primary 6. Before my exam came, my major exam came out, results came out. I actually had a dream. I actually saw the results, the numbers. I saw it. So when I woke up, I actually told my mom, I said, oh, I'm going to get this, my result is going to be like this, the numbers is going to be like this. So when I actually went to the school and go and get my result, I was actually quite surprised because it was exactly what I saw in the dreams. So that was another incident. And then there's a multi incident that happened later part of my life when I was working when I was in Singapore. When I live in one of the apartment with another person, with my partner. It was during broad daylight. I rent a place. We rented a whole place. It was a 3-room place. It was very interesting because on the day itself, I have 2 experiences on the same day. The first experiences was like I was preparing lunch in the kitchen. So the kitchen was like, they don't have a door, they have an opening which actually connects to the hall. So I was like doing some cutting of vegetables and all that. Then when I was like turning to the right, I don't know why it makes me turn, but anyway, I was turning. It was broad daylight in the afternoon. I was turning to the right. I could literally see a black shadow rushing towards me, and the presence was so strong. It literally went through me. That is my first experience. It went through me just like that. It just went through me until I was in shock because it's like this black shadow, it just happened in like 2-3 seconds. It just ran towards me and it went through me and I actually jumped. I was in shock. Then immediately I told my partner what is happening. I say a shadow just ran through me, in a broad daylight, because for me, my impression is that I thought beings or spirits or ghosts only appeared at night, but it's not like that. So when that experience really threw me off, it's like, how is it possible in broad daylight this thing happened to me? So that experience was quite impressionable for me. And then that night itself, because we sleep in a different room, so I can see whether he's sleeping, because our door are facing each other. If he's not sleeping, he had a light on, so I will know anybody from the hall entering to his room. So I can see if anybody coming in and out of his room, I will know. So as usual, my bed was facing the door. So he was still not sleeping. So I already like turned off my lights and all that. His light was still on in his room and all that. So I saw the same, I know it's a male figure. It's a shadow. He enters into his room. I saw quite a tall figure just walk into his room from the hall into his room. Of course, I didn't say anything that night itself because he doesn't really quite believe in that. So I didn't say anything, but only the following day, I actually shared my experience, say what I saw. I saw somebody, a shadow entering into your room. So I asked him, is there anything happened with you and all that night? He said nothing happens. So that is like that. And then of course subsequently I have like I always see shadows, except there's one experience. I had a holiday in Malaysia in the Penang Hill. We stay in this old colonial bungalow house. I saw a lady. That one was not a shadow. She literally appeared like 1 meter or 2 meters in front of me. She appeared in front of my eyes. She's long hair. She's wearing a white dress, like just a white cloth draping her, and I know she's floating. So that was a few seconds. That was really freaked me out because it's like literally I can see the details of her hair. The fabric that she's wearing is completely white and she's floating, and she don't have legs. She's floating just in front of my eyes, more less than a meter away from me. So that is my experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of, if not all children. Like one of the things that's told is that also because of the innocence and the, you know, the fact, excuse, that the that the children are not yet sort of inundated with impossibility, you know, just the very fact that their space is open to things, they you know, they witness the experiences. So yeah, so we definitely need, you know, we need the guides and gurus who know what this is, and to, you know, because there is a, you know, sort of spiritual powerfulness that needs to be nurtured. Okay, great. Okay, then that's excellent. So, okay, so your sort of childhood life, can you tell us what's happening from that point into your teens? What is your, you know, progression with your life, your family, your schooling or spiritual life? What's happening there?
My spiritual life actually comes much later. It was in my early 30s, then I started to like, yeah, definitely from what I remember is my early 30s. Like when I go into teens and all that, definitely I go through like everybody else, you know, the rebellious age, you know, you don't want to listen to, and you enjoy having company with your friends rather than your families. You know, you spend overnight, you start lying to your parents. That's the usual, not really unusual. I don't think so that anything unusual or very radical. I don't think so I'm a very radical person, even though I do rebel to a certain degree, but I'm not that radical in that way. That's how I see myself. Maybe you have to ask my siblings. But I do know
Yeah.
I lie a lot. I lie a lot about not going home at night, staying in school, doing my projects when I was in when I was in an art school, art college. I always go. I always stay like 2-3 nights at the college, you know, so-called doing projects. But instead of doing project, we'll be going to disco. At the time, it's called the disco. You know, we're going partying the next door until morning, and learning, getting all the bad habits like smoking and drinking. You know, even though I don't enjoy it, but I thought it was a cool thing to fit in with the friends and all that. So it was fun, but at the same time, now I think about it, it's like it's very silly, it's stupid. But then you are at the age, you know, you are trying to, so-called, you want to experience the world, so you think that is the way to experience the world or life, or so-called whatever how you want to call it, you know. Then after when I graduated from my art school, I immediately came to, it's not long before that, I think I immediately came to Singapore. I actually came here to Singapore for a holiday. I have my aunt that is staying in Singapore, my uncle and auntie staying in Singapore. So I guess I like Singapore at that point of time. I really love Singapore. So I love Singapore. So my mom said, why don't you just go to Singapore for a short holiday? I said, yeah, why not? So I came to Singapore. I stayed with my uncle, my auntie and uncle, with no plans at all, no intention, just thought like just chill out, you know, just like that, you know, just doing nothing. So then my auntie at the point of time, she encouraged me, why don't you look for a job? He said, why don't you just look for a job? So I just went through the papers and looked at the recruitment. I was thinking, oh, okay, let's go for an interview. And when I went for the interview, I got a job. It was unexpected. I got a job. I was accepted, and within a week, I have to go back to Malaysia, pack my bags, pack a luggage, and then came and then back to Singapore, and then I started work. And then from then on, I stayed on in Singapore. So for me, is definitely working. Even though my experiences as a designer was it was good and bad. It was like a love-hate relationship, but generally I love Singapore a lot. I felt it was very organized. It was very systematic. It's very, everything about Singapore, I just love it. My impression about Singapore, it was like that for me for a long time. I absolutely love it. I do not have any problem adapting to Singapore because culturally, Singapore and Malaysia are quite close. They are not very far apart. So for us to stay in, for me, from Malaysia to Singapore is not that difficult for me. I guess it makes it a lot easier with my relatives is there, my uncle and auntie taking care of me for the first 6 months before I actually moved out and have a roommate or housemate or a flatmate. We call it a flatmate because I rent a flat. So I moved out after 6 months. Then I started to work, make new friends. I completely love the lifestyle of Singapore. So for me, it's not really any of that. Then I get involved into a relationship, a long-term relationship with the person. Looking at back now, looking at it now, of course, at that point of time, I couldn't see it. It's a very toxic relationship because the relationship is very secretive. We always continuously lying about our life, our relationship and all that. It's like we don't want to say too much. Even to my closest friend, we have to lie about everything that we do and all that. We create a false story about our relationship. So looking a bit back now, is a very toxic relationship that lasted for 10 over years. So that is the time when I started to build up a lot of toxic mental setup. I started to have a lot of frustration with my work, with my relationship, especially with my relationship. I constantly wanting to change that person because I couldn't accept it. I realized that, oh, the person should be like this, should be like that. I constantly wanted to change everything that is external. And it became, my mom used to be very close to me. When I started to work, when I came to Singapore, I became very distant from her also. She couldn't quite understand. My relationship with my parents also went downhill. So over the years, it was like that. So it got from bad to worse. Until I hit the 30s, I decided, like I said, I decided to practice yoga. I didn't know where it's going. I don't know what is it. For me, it's just very superficial. I know it's just very physical. It's just like, oh, bending your bodies. I can do this, I can do that. So I get the thrill out of it. Things that are very physical, that's it. So, but I think that is where my spiritual journey starts from there. Then from the practice itself, I think it started to evoke a lot more. It awakens a lot of things that needs to be awakened in the muscle memory or the bio memory.
And what age did you move to Singapore?
20. Yes, 20. Age of 20. Considered quite young to be independent. I'm not sure about the Western culture, but for Singapore, it's very different. You can be in your 40s and 50s, you're still staying with your parents. I had a few friends that, they're already like about my age, they're in their 50s, they're still staying with their parents. Like for us, me and my elder sister is much young. My elder sister actually moved out a lot younger. She also came to Singapore. She's like in her age of 18. She already moved out of home. Like for me, I think it's 20 because I took the art course and all that. That took me 2 years. So that was the age of 20. Yeah.
Great. And what was the job that you were doing there when you first moved there?
I was a graphic designer. I work in the advertising industry, graphic designer. So basically what we do is we do promotion of promo stuff for a client. That's what we do. Yeah. Basically the culture in short, in brief, is long working hours. You work crazy. You don't work during office hours. You only start working after 5. That is the culture in the industry. You have to go into the office at 9. They'll tell you, okay, from 9 to 5, that is your working hours. But the culture is such that they cultivated that you have to work after hours.
Okay. How did your mother and father feel about you moving to Singapore?
My parents was not very, from what I gathered in my mind, my parents was not very supportive of the industry I went in because they couldn't understand, because for them they are not exposed to this. For them it's completely new, like the art industry, so-called the creative industry. For them they are not exposed to it, so they see this like, oh, you're an artist, you cannot make money, it's not sustainable. How are you able to sustain your life, earn a living, and build a life in the creative industry? So they don't really discourage me. They did not stop me. At the same time, they are not very supportive of it because they don't know where it's coming from. They are not exposed to it. Yeah. So even though in later part of my life when I was doing quite well in the industry, you know, I earn quite a bit of money, you know, very comfortable. I get to travel when I want to. I do what I want. I'm able to support them whatever I can, you know. So in a very later part of my career in this as a graphic designer, they started to see, oh, actually it's not that bad as what they imagined, you know, for me to be able to do what I need to do and support them in some ways and all that. So that part actually eventually dropped. So they see it as a positive part. But the only thing is they don't understand is like, why do I have to be a freelancer? Because I never liked to be a permanent in an agency. I don't enjoy as a permanent. So most of my life, my career in advertising is as a freelancer, because I enjoy the freedom to be able to take off as and when, go traveling 2-3 weeks. I don't care, you know, I don't need the permission. I just have to tell them, inform them that I can just go. So it was like that only. So even that, as me as a freelancer, they can't understand. They don't understand where I'm coming from. Why I do that, you know, why shouldn't I be in a permanent job and so on.
Great. And you were saying that when you were, I believe you said when you were in the college, you were saying that you were studying late, but you were doing other things, partying, drinking, smoking, I think you said.
That's the pre-teens. Yeah, the teens.
Other things. So what was at that time when you're in the college, what was your understanding attitude towards spirituality, Hinduism, or understanding of Hindumisia and attitudes and whatnot?
Nothing. It was that during that period, it was like I was so thirst for so-called life, experiencing life, you know, of growing up. It was completely absent from my life, especially like Hinduism or even my own religion at that time. It was completely absent. I just do it because I had to do it, not because I understand the context and all that. None at all.
So what about your friends? What was their spiritual religious practice like?
From what their religion is partying, smoking, drinking. You know, they talk a lot about sexual experiences. Who am I having sex with? You know, that is their religion at that time. You know, it's not really a religion, but I see that is a religion at the time. It's like who is sleeping with who, politicking, you know, bad mouthing, all the toxic patterns. Of course, I did not see that. I saw it as something that was fun, you know, cool. But none of anything to do with Hinduism, Buddhism, or anything, even Islam or anything, none at all.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of the things you know, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is, you know, the first lessons, taught to the children is the Kama Sutra. And so what happens is that, basically what it does is when the children go through, the physical maturity stages, when the hormones are, increased in the body and the changes start, what happens is, and that's one of the purposes of yoga, is because when the creation energy is awakened, like in the root chakras, etc., the time going through the adolescence and the physical maturation processes and those hormone levels and whatnot. So when there's a huge energy, right? The creation energy is a hugely powerful energy. So what needs to be done, and what yoga does is it takes those lower energies and channels them up towards, Anya chakra and Sahasrara. So all the energies of the body are channeled upwards towards the enlightenment, the higher chakras, the intelligence, the love, the expressing your unique energies and your, manifesting shaktis and innocence and the gratitude. So that's one of the big impacts and sciences of yoga is when the body is going through those awakening of the hormonal levels through adolescence towards physical maturity, to use those energies instead of being the energy of the, gratitude, intelligence, overflowing love being pulled down, right, into the, lusting expressions, etc., and these patterns and whatnot you're talking about, as a religion of, those indulgences. But so that's a major necessity for yoga is, okay, so when we're ending up with these societies where there's so much, violence, sexual violence, abuse of, alcoholism and other substances and, discontentment and physical violence and, violence against yourself and suicide, and, destruction of the natural environment and discontentment in your relationships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the things that all the individuals are manifesting. So we need to make sure, again, right, that the individuals are getting solutions. They need solutions. So that is so the yoga is designed to that huge amount of energy to align your spine to the sacred geometry, so that that huge energy can be awakened, but channeled up towards the fulfilling experience of your life, rather than pulling the possibilities for the intelligence, sattva, and moksha down into those fear, lust, worry, greed emotions and getting caught in those patterns. So that is one of the major purposes of yoga. And so one of the first things that the children are taught through Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the Kama Sutra. So how are these energies being awakened? What is their meaning and purpose? How to use them for enlightenment, and how not to get caught in that. So that's one of the attacks on Hinduism, is saying Kama Sutra is showing all these sexual positions and teaching all these sexual things that you should do. And it's like, actually what it's doing is it's not leaving any stone unturned, so that it makes sure to satisfy anyone's questions. Like earlier you had mentioned that you're asking teachers and spiritual teachers and whatnot questions about life and not getting satisfactory answers. So that's what is, when the children will be experiencing those lusting thoughts and et cetera, we need to give them solutions. So they don't get caught in that. So, the attack on Hinduism is saying, there's a sex book. It's called Kama Sutra. It's all about different sexual positions you can do. And actually what it is it's actually giving solutions to all the, trappings that modern society gets caught in, whether it's, any kind of person, the lusting patterns, the sex patterns, the addictions, and all the self-hatred and lack of fulfillment that spirals out of control, and substance abuse, depression, anorexia, all these things. So the kids need solutions before they get into problems. So Sanatana Hindu Dharma is designed to give that. And so you need to teach and educate. If these are the energies that are happening, these are the source of them, this is what they're used for, this is how to do it, so you can build the body that manifests that, powerfulness of enlightenment. So it's just one of the ways, that like you had mentioned earlier, that Ma Kali was often portrayed in media as like fighting people against good people or causing problems with people, and like as a dark destructive energy. And so that's one of the way that Kama Sutra is wrongly interpreted, again with the temples that have the stone carving depictions of sexual acts, is actually, the context is to liberate you from those things by allowing you to exhaust them, to actually go beyond them rather than indulging and fulfilling them. So, but the attack on Kama Sutra is that it's a sex book teaching you how to have different sexual positions. Actually, it's leaving no stone unturned to make sure every single being gets liberated from possible sexual trappings, and to make sure that when the energies of adolescence and sexual maturity and the hormones are awakened, that they're used for enlightenment, not for ignorance and destruction. So these are just some of the, Hindu music, attacks and whatnot. So, okay, great. So you had gone, so your religion was the partying. So yeah, so right, it's just this kind of thing. It's like that, like, it's kind of like, right, when you leave kids, right, when you leave kids to their own, right, and let them, make up, it's kind of like when there's so many paths that a child can take that don't give solutions, and there's very few, if none, paths that give solutions that are supported by society, then what's the only possible outcome for them?
I think after what you talk about Kama Sutra and all that, it's really quite that's the problem with the modern education now. It does not provide the solution to life. That's the thing. That's why now, even when you look at it now, the current situation they are more concerned about the grades and all that, even especially in Singapore, because they make a lot of emphasis about grades, about elite school, about top school. Everybody wants to go into the top school. You must have, it's everything about grades. And is actually now they have even teachers are, I used to have a student, she's a teacher in a primary school, and she is so disconnected because when I conduct class with her and all that, I can see that she's unable to, her mind is moving so fast. She's so unaware of things that's around her, within herself. Imagine if she's like that, how is she going to, when she teach, I'm sure it's not much difference, And at the same time, it's like she knows the system is very wrong. Even though she's a teacher, she can tell me, she didn't want to share too much, but she knows that the system is not right. Everything is about this. It's crazy the way the pressure that they put about having good grades and all that. They put so many students into depression, because the moment the children cannot perform or not up to the parents' expectation or the society expectation, they either go into a deep depression, suicidal thoughts, that is very normal. So then they have to, in the school, they have to set up a department to deal with this problem, which is a problem. But then in the society itself, Singapore are reputed, have a really, really great reputation for quality education system. But underneath, if you look into it, it was crazy. It's like everything the parents do is to fulfill their unfulfillment for themselves. So, but because they unfulfill what they cannot do in their past, they're pressuring the children to fulfill their unfulfillment, which is crazy. Like from a young age, they're put into, they have to go for tuition, they have to go for enriching class. From a young age, they don't even experience childhood. They don't even know. All they know is they had to do this, they had to do this, like from 2 to 3, I had to do this, from 4 to 5. So from very early in the morning, 7:30 a.m., or probably by 6 o'clock, they have to wake up. By 7:30, they have to reach the school. And then their whole life, their whole day is all about schooling and reaching or programs or whatever it is until night. And the teachers itself, she's the one who revealed to me that sometimes they have to work until midnight and all that. It was crazy. So there's something that's very wrong with this. It's like, so that's why you create so much. Like, what did they do? Of course, these children, eventually for them to escape, they get into alcoholism, smoking, drugs, sex, which is the thing now, is so rampant in social media. You can access to all these things. There is an escapism because they don't know how to deal with the things they have. I mean, when you talk about, when you brought up the word suicidal, yes, for me is I have suicidal thoughts when I was very young. Now suddenly I remember when I heard you say suicidal. I have suicidal thoughts, but how it came about, I don't know. How it manifested, why I have the suicidal thoughts. Even until now, I couldn't understand why I have that. I have suicidal thoughts throughout my life, like many, many times throughout my life. I couldn't understand, it's like, why it's like that. I have that, and I don't know how to deal with it. You don't know how to talk to people. Even you talk to friends also don't know how to tell you, because they don't have that solution for you. So now when I look at it, like when I go into Hinduism, suddenly everything makes sense. Everything fall into place. Suddenly everything in your past, what you did, the way you grew up, your exposure, everything became so clear to you because of the Dharma, because of the initiation. Because of the initiation, when you're third eye, I can tell you, whether you believe or some people, they don't believe in third eye. Also the third eye thing, when in later part of my working life and all that, sometimes we do touch base about third eye. Even the third eye, it's like what you say is so corrupted. People will tell you, don't get your third eye open. There's so much fear around it. So you hold this idea. It's like, okay, you don't get your third eye open. The moment you get your third eye open, you started to see ghosts. Like you did connect with the bad spirits and all that is bad for you. It's terrible. There's so much fear around the third eye awakening, the signs of third eye awakening. But it's not just like that, So I had that fear also. And because of my past, I have experiences when people start to share these stories about all these corrupted ideas about third eye awakening. So you think that is the truth, but the truth is not like that. It's not even close to the truth. It was completely the opposite of it, So definitely, Hinduism definitely has helped me a lot, to complete with my past, to understand what I did. It just makes things, let me see things so clearly. Everything is so clear to me now. It's like, even though now I'm in my 50s, I get connected with Swamiji, or Swamiji connect with me in my late 40s, But now, even though I go into depression, I know I'm going into depression. I understand where it's coming from. I'm able to see it. It makes me see it, That's about it. It's not about fear, It's not about not looking at it. Oh, you better don't deal with it. Why do you need to look at? No, you look at the problem. I have a solution for you. If this solution doesn't work for you, then you give us another solution. So Hinduism is like that. It always put you in a space of possibility, the space of being powerful. That's about it. It's like, okay, if this doesn't work for you, let's go for another one. If this work doesn't work, so if you have one problem, you have 10 solutions. If you have 10 problems, you have 100 solutions. That's what I love about Hinduism. It gives you all this. It has so much clarity about life, about your problems, all the suffering. Everything becomes like, when you look at it, what happens in your past, you just find it's so silly. Now, when I talk about it, I can laugh about it. It's funny to me. But of course, at the point of time when you're struggling, you don't see it as that. You really see it's like a suffering. Like, why do I have to live in this life? It's so miserable. It's so terrible. It's like, myself take my own life. Myself kill myself. that is how it is. You know, the struggle is so real at the time, but now it's not. Even though you go into depression, you know, he'll give you the solution. Okay, he'll talk to you, and that's it. You know, it's quite simple, but if you have the experience, it's not that difficult. Your struggle is much less. You know, all the problems just like it's only up to your conscious decision. How do you want to get out of it, or do you still want to enjoy it? That's about it. So that is your conscious will and your conscious decision only. That's all. So if people understand Hinduism, it's just a lot more than, you know, they always talk about, oh, don't try to convert me. You know, I have the moment when I connect to Swamiji, everything they tell me is like, oh, make sure you don't go into a fanatical religion, you know, don't get converted. You know, that is the idea, because in general religion, not Hinduism, in general religion also have a bad rap. It's about conversion, forced conversion, brainwashing. You know, even when I got connected with Swamiji, I had that in my mind all the time. Is he trying to do this? Is he trying to do that? Is he trying to do this? You know, all the society conditioning and brainwashing. But once you have that, he gave you the direct experiences. It's not the case at all. It was completely the opposite. So people say, oh, I don't believe in this and all. It's not about belief. It's about direct experiences. That's about it, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's because you mentioned about these the wrong cognitions we build about ourselves, and then we build that small inner image about us, and then we hold on to it as being small, and we continuously reproduce ourselves as small. And so this is the, this is one of the, it's sort of simple and profoundly fundamental to Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Guru-Shishya relationship, the Guru-disciple relationship, the Guru Sampradaya, the lineage of gurus, of enlightened gurus. So it's the beings like Buddha who live the truths. So they embody, they prove the possibility for you to live without suffering and live without limitation. So, and it's quite possible that is the most tragically, abused and misused and lost concepts for humanity is the concept of guru.
Yes.
It's like, each being is growing, and what are you doing? You're living and growing within the society that you were born, and you follow the people who are there, and you reproduce all the problems that they have. And it's just a big thing that's missed. And those patterns, something that we touched on earlier, is, so we are reproducing myself as small. And this is also fundamental to, why gurus are attacked, and even why Sanatana Hindu Dharma is attacked. It's like, so I have this small idea of me. That's who I am, and that's how I'm going to be. And I'm going to resist anything that I want to resist. And the thing is, right, the guru is saying to you, Tattvamasi aham brahmasmi. You are already that. You are already enlightened, Shivoham. And so the guru is, it's like the Zen master, and the disciple is asking the Zen master, like, if I'm doing this practice that you're telling me, how long will it take for me to get enlightened? And the master just slaps his face and walks away, right? It's like, you're already enlightened, right? And so this is the thing that's happening, is the humanity is telling that I'm very small and incapable. Somehow that identity got built and reinforced, and crushed by the society as, stay down and, do as we say type thing, even though there's no solutions. So I'm small, and Guru comes along and says, hey, no, you don't have limitation. And this intense inner hatred just wants to strike down the thing, right? Wants to strike down the thing that's threatening my smallness, right? My thing that I'm, it's like I can possess this anger and hatred and frustration, and anything that threatens that, this frustration will destroy that thing. And this is what we see in the humanity. The enlightened beings are saying, hey, but you are enlightened unlimited. And the anger and hatred is saying, you mean to dispel my existence? So isn't that something that we're seeing?
Yes, I guess like when you talk about it, right, the society do not want you to be powerful. The society don't want you to be independent. The society don't that. The society wants you to confine to a grid, to be completely dependent, powerless, completely slave to the system. That's what the society is all about. That's the reason why there's so many enlightened gurus or their avatars and all that get abused, or this smear campaign and all that, because they know the potential of what a guru can do for humanity. They don't want that. They don't want the people to be awakened. They want you to be non-awakened. They want you to be sleeping all the time, completely just follow the grid to the society system where you're completely powerless, dependent. That's what they want. That's what they want. They don't want you to you're able to see a lot more what it is, like you're a lot more bigger than what it is. They don't want you to be powerful. They don't want you to be able to manifest the way how you want to manifest your own life. No, that's not what they want. That's the fear. So what they do is they constantly, the society will always have this fear mongering. Oh, if you do this, something's gonna bad happen. Oh, this is gonna bad happen. That's why they always want to destroy the guru, because they know the potential of a guru, what they can do for humanity. That's not what they want. That's the first thing is they want to destroy the guru that are capable to bring you out, to get you realize that you're a lot, like what you say, a lot bigger than what it is, or the things that the ideas have been built around you, that you build this small inner image about yourself. And here a guru came, no, you're a lot bigger. So then he tells you that you find it is unbelievable. It takes such a long time for you to be able to recognize that you're a much bigger than what it is. And he constantly have to tell you, you are this, you're Paramashiva, even that, it takes such a long time because we are so ingrained, for generation and generation, that no, it's just like this. No, you cannot do, when you say that you can manifest this, you can manifest that, people will laugh at you. The society that don't understand, you think that you're a weirdo, there's something wrong with you. Why are you going into all these things? They don't understand, because it brings a lot of fear to them also, because you started to talk to something, you started to share something to them that is not familiar to them. It's not what they want to hear. They know there's something more, but the moment they meet somebody that is started to talk to them, like it doesn't make sense to them, like it makes sense and yet it doesn't make sense to them. So it brings out a lot of fear of the unknown. They don't want to know the unknown. So what they do is they go back to the system where they are confined to the grid, to the system that they are completely enslaved. That's what the society wants. The society don't want you to be dependent. The society don't want you to be completely self-sustainable, which is, I think, the Hindu culture is like that. Before it got destroyed, their own household. I remember Swamiji was sharing with us a story about each household. They are completely self-sustainable. But now everything is, we cannot be self-sustainable. Either we have to go to the supermarket. We are completely dependent on everything that is, we want to live the basic life, like food and all that, like water, where it comes from. They don't want you to be self-sustainable. I mean, there is a shift in recent years, because I follow a lot of programs in YouTube that people starting to go self-sustainability, be more in line with nature, you know, organic food, or grow organic vegetables and all that, go into plant-based diet and all that. They don't want you to go into that because the money is where the drug is. They don't want you to be sick. They want your body to be sick. They don't want you to be healthy and powerful, and you don't need to depend on drugs and all that. You know, it's like everything. If you're sick, the modern society is you take a pill, you pop a pill, and then that is a solution. But that is not a solution. It creates more and more problem for you, more and more imbalance in your body. So it basically just covered everything. It's like you have the shit, it just cover another layer, and eventually your whole organs collapse because you put so much poison into the body, exactly like what happened to my mom. Exactly what it is, because she was taking hypertension pills her whole life, almost her life. In her early 40s or late 30s, she already started taking hypertension pills, and she's constantly tweaking. And she's a nurse. She's constantly tweaking her pills. She's constantly have side effects. That's how I remembered her. Like, I mean, that part of her, I always remember her like she's constantly having side effects of the drugs. Constantly, but it never resolved any problem. Her whole hypertension, because of the drug she's taking, eventually her liver collapsed, her heart collapsed, her kidney collapsed, because her body is so poisoned with the amount of poison that she consumed for years and years. It builds up. It never really having any solution. It just like glazed over. It's not even glazed over. It gave her so much problem. She was unhappy most of the time. She constantly struggled with that, and she's constantly in fear, constantly tweaking. That's all I remember. Part of her, the medical part of her. She had that problem in her late 30s, and then till her death in her 70s. So imagine her whole half of her life, almost half of her life, she's constantly consuming poison into her body. That means the drugs become her food. But in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is our guru will tell us, the medicine, your food should be the medicine. Not medicine is your food. Food should be your medicine. That's about it. So I understand now, because now I try to consume as clean food and all that. It makes a huge difference. I don't get sick all the time. I used to fall sick every bi-weekly, and it never recovered. And then the moment I recover, I fall sick again for weeks and weeks. But now I do not have any problems with that. Not only because of the food, also the kriyas, the cleansing, the detox is so important. If people can understand this, they will not have all this problem about diabetic and all that. All this can be easily resolved by doing the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That's all. But that's not what they want you to know. That's the reason why they want to destroy the guru, because they do not want the guru to revive Hinduism, because they know Hinduism can do a lot of things to resolve all the problems that we have at this period, at this time, in these modern problems.
Yeah, it's sort of like if the people don't have a lot of problems, then they can't be sold treatments.
Yes.
So
you don't need to depend on the doctors. You don't have to go to the hospital. You have this problem, that problem. You don't have to. Everything is self-medicated. All you need to do is you just need a guru that gives you all the solutions and guide you out from your problems, whether it's mental health or physical health. Because if your mental health is down south, you will develop a lot of physical health also. I mean, I know from my own experiences. I used to have my left side or my lower lumbar. I have a degenerative spine on my left side, but now I do not have that problem anymore. It was completely healed. I didn't go to the hospital. All I did is I went to the hospital is to get the scanning to confirm what I thought is my problem. But after that, now I completely healed. I do not have the problem. Definitely the medical industry do not want you to have that, because it's a very profitable industry. The pharmaceutical industry is a very, very profitable. They don't want you to, okay, you pop one pill and then another one and another one. By the end of your life, you probably be taking like 10 pills or 12 pills a day, which is crazy. That even at that time before I get into Hinduism, I was a Hindu. I cannot cognize that part. I don't understand why do we have to do that? I cannot cognize why my mom had to do that, even though my mom is a nurse, my sister is a nurse. I cannot comprehend that. I couldn't accept it at that point of time. But now I can see very clearly where it's coming from, because that's what the society wants you to be completely dependent on the system, the way how they want it. They don't want you to get out of your problems. They want you to go deeper into your problems.
Yeah.
Which is true, right? I know, I mean, whether you agree or not, that's how I see it. They don't want you to be out of your problems. They want you to go deeper into your problems, indulge in your problems, feel sorry for yourself. You look at the advertisement all the time. They make it like, oh, this sad story about this person and all. I mean, and at that time, of course, I say, oh, yeah, poor thing, Now I think this is stupid, They are constantly ingrain you with all this powerlessness through the media, through the advertisement, everything around you is constantly, they make you feel powerless. That's what they want you to be, to be totally aligned with so-called the society system, corrupted, delusional system. They don't want you to be enlightened. They don't want you to be awakened. They are fearful of that, because they know the moment you are like this, you won't listen to them anymore. You have your own solution. You just need a guru, an enlightened being, an enlightened guru, to just tell you what to do. And then a lot of your problems will just go by understanding what the truth is. They don't want you to know the truth. So that's why they always have constantly, like you say, they're trying to destroy. They have this smear campaign. They'll do everything to basically to destroy a guru, because they know the potential of a guru.
Yeah, that's yeah, you can see that with there's you can see, like, a lot of times the political parties who are working to get votes, or they organize gatherings and whatnot, but sometimes you'll see Hindu gurus giving a speech. Even the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, giving a discourse at a college, say. There will be tens of thousands of people there, and it doesn't require the same sort of organized activism to try to pull people's teeth to get them to come to a political rally. Just by word of mouth, it will spread, and people will come and get the blessings and sit for the satsang and have the darshan and the healing. And so that's one of the things, is when the different parties see the power that healing from an enlightened master can give to the people, and really re-energize the grassroots Hindu communities. It's a big fear factor, to see how easily Hindus can be reconnected to their traditions. So okay, that's great. You were sharing about your experiences with sort of the reluctance to acknowledge, you know, for example, through Ayurveda, etc., meditation. It's sort of it's like this the lack of, you know, acknowledgement that you know, that you can, you know, that of your own ability, that, you know, to heal yourself, and you know, the knowledge of the power of your consciousness. You know, these sort of, you know, greater sciences really just sort of missed out. So where in your life did you can you take us through that? What was your transition from, you know, probably you at that time you may have been working in advertising. What was your transition? You're getting awareness of, and you also, you know, mentioned some relationships. What was the transition that you went through where you were sort of happily going along with, you know, your religion of partying at the disco, as you said, as you put it, and towards spiritual solutions? How did that, what triggered that? What was happening?
I think it triggered off when I start to question about life and my. Of course, I didn't quite understand certain things happening in my life. It's like when I started to have a relationship, my first relationship with this person. It was we are constantly struggle with communication and having a very open communication, and then we go through a lot of a lot of secrecy in our life, secrets and more secrets and more secrets and more secrets. So we are struggling to keep up with the secrets that we create, you know, until like it became so complicated. It became so big that I have to involve other people. You know, I mean, that is later part of my relationship with this person is like I have to involve other people to play along with me, so that so my parents will know about this, you know. So I was struggling with that. So it became like a circus to me because it involved so many people because of these silly things. So at that point of time, I think it started to evoke certain things in me, certain questioning in me, because I was struggling with so-called my own life. And but in terms of the health and taking pills as a solution to my sickness and all that, that I do not know. Maybe because it was already in my muscle memory or my bio memory, right? I never believe in it, even from a very young age. Nobody tells me, even though my mom, as a nurse, she used to give us multivites. She don't give us other medication. She gave us multivites to build our body very strong. So we grew up taking a lot of multivitamins. That is the culture at home. My mom used to do that. So she encourages, will always make us to take this multivitamin called Bigo and vitamin C and all that. So we grew up on that. So for me, somehow nobody tells me anything, right? I never able to cognize why people, when they have problems, they need to take Panadol, why they need to take antibiotics. Nobody tells me anything. None of my friends tells me anything. It's just for me, I have this adverse thing towards this, because I felt, of course, at that point of time, I do not have a solution to it, but I just know that it's not a solution. I just find it's ridiculous. You know, I just know that it's just a money-making thing. In my mind, I already have this idea in me. I already carry this. This is just money-making. It's just bullshit to me. So it's just all like that. So I know there must be something to it. So of course, in my struggle and all that, I started to, when I started yoga and all that, even as a yoga for my first few years, I never really go deep into it. It was generally very physical for me. I just enjoy doing it because it's very physical. That's all about it. And of course, I built a small community of friends that am I able to talk about what we are practicing. That's about it. But of course, once we go into it, when you mix with friends that are like this, they started to talk about. I used to be very close with this girl, but she's not in contact with me anymore. She's the one that started to talk about alternative because she has a lot of health issues. Her mom has a lot of health issues. She started to exposed me to a lot of things. Then I have I think my second partner, my third partner, he's very much into Chinese medicine. So he went into, he studied Chinese medicine for 7 years because he truly believed in it, because he has a lot of medical issues and all that. Because he got into it, so he started to expose to me all these alternative, so-called alternative. I won't call it alternative because alternative is a bigotry words for this, because these are the real healing medicines. And also, so he started to expose to it. Then I realized, oh, okay, you know, I have an option. If I'm like this, I can do this. So I started to go into Chinese medicine and all that. Like if I fall sick, I have problems with my back and all that, I just go to the Chinese medical hall, you know, get treatments and all that, which is a lot more effective. I find it is a lot more effective. I know the difference because I know it doesn't do much. It has a more positive effect on my body, even though it takes a little bit more time. But definitely, it doesn't do any regimental problems to my body. So that's how it was a very unintentional. I find it is very organic process for me. I didn't know how it started, when it started. If I now think it, I couldn't quite pinpoint when it started. It's a very organic process for me. I think probably part of it was already in my biomemory, and I slowly start to drop off meat. Of course, I go completely vegan now. I'm a complete vegan now. I don't take dairy products and all that because I'm unable to access to Satvic dairy products, dairy milk, you know. So I'm a complete vegan now. But even before that, I really started to reduce a lot. Naturally, I started to, I don't feel I want to eat meat. I feel some meats are a little bit repulsive towards me. I started to drop meat. So the last meat I consumed was, I think, is eggs and fish. So now I'm completely off. I don't take all those things, and I don't miss it. And I can feel the difference as a plant-based person, as a vegan now, and then doing the detoxing every day, taking the Ayurvedic herbs and all that. You can feel that you're very strong. You know that nothing is going to touch you. Nothing external is going to touch you. You just know. You just know because it's your own body. That's all. Nobody has to tell you. You don't need a doctor to tell you you have a strong body. You don't need tests to tell you that you're strong. You just know that your body is strong because you just know. That's it. It's because of you have more connection with yourself. But the problem is the thing is what is happening in the society now, in majority of the society, is we externalize everything. Stimulation, we need externalize to get us excited. Everything is about external, even including your problems. Your problems becomes society problems. But like for us, we know because of the guru, he's able to guide you. So you are able to see that, okay, if you have a problem, look inside. If you have this, look inside. Everything is internalize, contemplate. You know, then you realize, oh my God, you know, you take the responsibility of whatever that you have manifested in your life. You don't blame on your partners. You don't blame the system. You don't blame everybody. You look into yourself because this is all your self-manifestation. You wanted it, you forgot it. When you manifested it, you blame it on other people. You point fingers. That is the easiest way. That is what is happening. I mean, if you look at whatever that is, you're exposed in the social media, everything is about everybody's problem. It's not my problem. That is the problem itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, what happens is yeah, that happens a lot, right? People complaining about things. Yeah, it's it's definitely a space of non-integrity. You know, where we're very ready to point out other people's incompletions, that we have lots of doing that. But what's missing is even the experience of Vivekananda, and the Viveka means that the one definition of Viveka means discrimination. So the ability to discriminate what sort of things pull you away from enlightenment and what things take you towards enlightenment. And so, yeah, so there's this, it's, and again, it's because, you know, the way that we're brought up and the society, we're not given the solutions. You know, we're not given solutions. We're not taught the solutions. So instead of, you know, when there's an issue, instead of looking at how can I integrate myself and make myself complete and powerful to be able to incorporate what I see as incompletions or problems in the world, you know, how can I integrate myself to be powerful and complete and move forward with a new space of responsibility that makes sure that I address the shortcomings in myself that are not taking responsibility for the problems that I, you know, am complaining about in the world. So yeah, just that shift of like, so that's the Hindu perspective of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is, okay, there's the incompletions I'm perceiving in the world. But if I experience that as an incompletion, that experience is happening inside of me. So what I need to do is restore that space of purnatva or oneness, completion inside of me. Right? So yeah, it's that shifting of perspective of how to approach life. And so that gives me the solution because I have the power to make myself powerful now and complete now. That's always a possibility. If I know the science, because my nature is the source, which is complete, by definition, I'm always complete. So, you know, it's the following the Maya that gives me the experience of incompletion. So yeah, it's really missing that science and the things that you mentioned a couple of times of how, you know, the thoughts will come and go. Like just because I'm having thoughts doesn't mean I'm thinking. So it's the thoughts will come and they will come without logic, without reason. They will happen. So it's sort of that is one thing you mentioned a couple of times is how do we measure this, right? What are the tools like authenticity, integrity? How do I measure, like, you know, how am I progressing spiritually? Where am I? And it's, if you can use those tools of evaluate your integrity and evaluate your authenticity, right? And that is, personally, that was such a revelation to like write down where you are in integrity and where you're not. You know, it's like it's a way to measure, you know, micromanage to whatever extent you want your spiritual well-being. That was just such a revelation of if I'm feeling incomplete, I'm feeling depressed, I'm having life negative experiences, thoughts, emotions, how do I address it? And so giving that science of like restoring your integrity, you know, what are the parts of my life? So, you know, integrity is this, you know, honoring the words I give to myself, the thoughts I give to myself and to others. When I honor that, then I'll experience the oneness. When I don't honor that I should do this, I shouldn't do that. When I don't honor it, then I'll experience that disintegrated experience. So yeah, you know, giving yourself the power, there's so many parts of it, right? That you can build your consciousness just like a brick house. You literally can do that. Just write down what you want to build your life as, write down what you want to build your consciousness as, and just use that concept in your life. Just live it. Like you can literally, it's this incredible science. And but just, you had mentioned a couple of times, like the the empowering space, like you're saying, yeah, I may follow my depression sometime. I may follow my thoughts sometimes that is not actually good for me, but I have the tools that I need to be able to evaluate and restore my space of powerfulness when I want to. Even that fact there is it's a very rare ability, actually.
Yeah, it's very rare, but it's definitely like what you say, it's a constantly. What I love about the Dharma, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is because it's not based on belief. It's never based on belief. Like a lot of people say, oh, you believe this, you believe that. It's not. It's a direct experience. The guru will give you the direct experience, so you know that is the truth. Because from your own experience, you are able to get out from whatever sufferings that you're in. So that's it. It's not like because I'm the guru, I say so you do not question. Yes, you can question. You question, but he gives you the direct experience, so you can completely remove all the doubts that you have. Even constantly that I have doubts and all that, he will give me the direct experience. Because give me the direct experience and the solution. Okay, you don't want that. Then the next thing he'll give me some ideas. Oh, you do this, you do this, you do this. So until that, when you finally do it and you might finally get out of it, you realize that it's not because I said so, because I'm the guru. It's he allow us to question everything. But the questioning is, yeah, if you're down, okay, question, because the truth is the truth, because the truth works. That's about it. Even when he give you the solution based on the truth, on the Dharma, it just works. It's effective. It's not because I said so. So now I used to be very cautious about, oh, people don't believe me and all that. I realize it's not. It's about my own experience. Only I can understand. So I know that it's the truth. That's it. Whether you understand, you don't understand, it does not matter. Maybe because it's not the right time for you to understand this. But for some people, they're able to connect. When you talk to them, they realize that, yes, this is what I'm going through. So then you just tell them, then you realize, then you tell them the solution. So when they decided to experiment for themselves, to experience it for themselves, they realize that it's effective. That's it. It's effective. So why is it effective? Because it's the truth. Because if you talk about, if you're struggling, the suffering, if you constantly do this and do other things and all that, it's fine. But I have gone through so many things, so many years. I had enough of the struggle. I don't want that anymore. I always tell my siblings, I say there's no way I'm going to go back like 4 years ago where I used to be. No way. Even though my friends, so-called my friends, start to drop out and all that. Yeah, initially, of course, I have the attachment of people around me, so-called my friends. But now when I haven't been in contact with them, but even my closest, like for many years, when I talk to her now, I cannot relate to her because we are coming from a different frequency. Not because I'm higher or anything, it's just a different frequency. I cannot relate the things the things I used to do with her. I don't enjoy it anymore. I cannot understand why are we doing this. So somehow we started to drift apart because we don't have anything in common because of the different frequency. That's it. But definitely, if you ask me now, definitely I do not want to go back where I used to be. No way. Even now, yes, I have no denial that I'm not experiencing depression, but at least now, even I'm in depression, I know what to do. Because I have a guru to guide me, he'll give me solution. He'll tell me what to do, and then you decide whether you want to do it or not. If you want to enjoy your depression, okay, you continue to do what you need to do until you had enough, you get out of it. So you know that you put yourself in it and you can pull yourself out of it because of a guru, because of the Dharma, because of the science. People say, oh, this science, oh, no, I only believe in modern science. Well, that is maybe because you didn't give yourself the opportunity to explore there's a lot more to it than what you understand. It's like I used to be like that, but now it's like there's so much possibility. That a lot of things that are not based on the binary logic.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Yeah, so that's even referencing the Sankhya, the multi-dimensional logic. So yeah, that's one of the issues is that, the assumption that, you know, like you mentioned, diabetes and the ability to heal oneself simply, even just saying that you can cure diabetes is, I think it's illegal. I'm sure it's illegal in some jurisdictions to say that. And so yeah, so it's, the supposition that somehow the immensity of the cosmos and your consciousness and your intelligence has to be able to fit into the logic of, English or a language that by definition is not possible, but so excluding our conscious possibilities because we're not able to recognize in sentence format, the vastness of the cosmos in a single sentence. So, but by definition, that should not be possible. Like the vastness of the cosmos should never be able to be, fully, enunciated by some words on a page. So, one thing I wanted to sort of ask you again about is, your path of coming towards a spirituality. You also mentioned that you had your back was healed. So yeah, whatever you want to share about your transition to Hinduism and any challenges you encountered, or how that process happened for you.
Can you rephrase that again? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry. There was a lot of things there actually, but yeah, if you could again just sort of share about your transition from into the spiritual life and into Hinduism.
Okay. Definitely my spiritual life starts in my 30s, like I mentioned before. Then I went into yoga. It was physical. Then when I was started to practice intensely on yoga, not Nithyananda yoga, I was practicing in very different forms of yoga. I followed many gurus. I attended a lot of courses and all that. My body started to exhibit a lot of pain. A lot of pain. I was very aggressive, like I think much earlier before, you shared a little bit about your life, like how there's a lot of violence in the things that you used to do in the past. So it was the same for me. My practice actually, the yoga actually surfaced a lot of my inner violence. Of course, at that point of time, I did not understand. I was very aggressive towards the way how I practice. I thought I was very intense about it. I constantly like pushing myself a lot. At the same time, I was very critical about how I practice, like I was never good enough, even this, blah, blah, blah. So constantly I was struggling with that. So at the point of time, I couldn't see it, but as I progress in my practice, not say progress, I would say as I continue with my practice for many, many years, I started to develop a lot of pain in my body, my knees, my spine. So about I think 6, 7 years ago, the time I'm already connected with my last yoga teacher. He's an Iyengar teacher. I was practicing Iyengar for a long time because I was interested in Iyengar practice because of they have therapy practice that can heal a lot of people with a lot of medical problems and all that. So I have completely a total admiration towards the practice itself. So when I went into that, I get connected with my teacher at that time. His name is Peter anyway. He's from Sydney. So he guided me very well. He was very patient with me. He was able to, it was a very painful process for me. Even I didn't like it. I also had this love-hate relationship with him because he brings out a lot of things I do not like to see about myself. So at that time, there's a lot of healing process. That is the time when I started to have a lot of questions about my life, about the things that I do not like to see about myself through the practice itself. Through the practice, actually, it started to surface a lot of things I do not like to see. Then at the same time, I also starting to go into meditation, Buddhist meditation. I started to follow. At the same time, I started to go there. I went for retreat, 1 week silence meditation and all that. That really somehow, with a combination of the different things, it just built up and it exploded during the meditation. It brings out a lot of my pain patterns in me. So I was considered that I'm very lucky because at the time I have my teacher to guide me and then the Buddhist monk to guide me. So in that part, actually, I started to question a lot more things. And then at the same time, my mom was not, her health was deteriorating quite badly. So many things was happening at the same time. And I broke off from my relationship. I was alone. Then I was struggling with myself, living alone and all that. So all this combination in my life at that point of time, it kind of like becomes very intense. So because the intensity, right, it brings out a lot of things that I've been buried deep down for many, many years. I had no choice, but because of the practices, it just brings out. So then I know that something a lot to do with, about yoga, about meditation. So I know these things is a solution for me, even though I'm struggling, even though I have a guidance, even I'm struggling constantly. I was like angry most of the time, and so I was constantly like looking for solution. I know this is the solution for me. Even though I'm struggling, I know this is a solution. There must be something more to it. It was able to really pull out my pain root pattern from me. So because at that time I was doing all this, I was not like looking for another teacher. I was like quite happy. I was like, okay, my yoga teacher is very good. He guided me really well. He was very patient. He indeed has helped me a lot. I have no doubt about it. I would consider he's one of my guru also. He just comes in that form. That's all of me. So I have complete respect for him. At that point of time, I was not like looking for anything else. I was quite happy to do what I'm doing, even though I'm struggling. I have friends that quite supportive at that time and all that. And then, like I told you, like my sister was at the time also, she starts seeking also, especially after my mom's death. So our seeking becomes more intensified because we were questioning about all the things that is happening in our life, the things that we are able to see, what is happening in us. So I was not like thinking I want to be a Hindu. I completely like oblivion. I don't know what is Hinduism and all that. I know I was exposed in my early years. But if you ask me, I don't know. I don't know what it's. I could, okay, I know that they have a lot. The temple has a lot of colors. They are very, blah blah blah. So I have a certain ideas. That is it. Nothing more than that. So if you ask me why I'm going to, I don't know why I'm going to do it, because it just works for me. He gets connected. It was time. He said, okay, enough of your whatever. He called me, so I get connected. That's all through my sister. So I have gratitude towards my sister, definitely, even though initially I have a lot of resistance with it, but I'm glad that he gave me the bhakti. He gave me the bhakti to be connected with him until now. I mean, now I think it's 4 or 5 years, definitely. So definitely now looking back at, when I look back at my life, there's no way I want to go back. In terms of my back was for me, it's quite an interesting story. So at the time during my practices, the yoga, I started to develop this degenerative thing. So I know there's some changes in my body, but I couldn't quite confirm it. So one day I decided, okay, let's go to the hospital, ask the doctor. I wanted to have an x-ray or a scan or anything just to know what's the problem. I know I do not want to go to the hospital as a solution, but I just want to find out what is the problem. I just want to confirm what is really inside me, already telling me. So I spoke to the doctor. The doctor said, oh, there's nothing wrong. It's just blah, blah, blah. He was not very agreeable to what I want. I said, it doesn't matter. I just want to get a scan and just to know what is the problem. Even there is a problem. So finally he caved in. He decided, okay, if you want to scan, okay, scan, you just pay for it. I said, okay, that doesn't matter. I just want to pay for it. I just want to know the problem, and then I will decide what I want to do. What is my solution to my problem? So true enough, the the scan came out. Then he said, oh yeah, your left side has a little bit of a degenerative on your, I cannot remember, it was my other lumbar 1 or 2. I couldn't remember where is it. So because every time when I do my practices, it always give me the click sound, which I never used to have the problem. It started to give me some kind of a numbing pain. So I couldn't quite describe what it is. So I know, oh, okay, so now I know. So now I know what is it. So my problem on my back is already started there and then. I think about 1 year later, when my sister got connected with Swamiji. So when she tell me, okay, she's going to India in September, she's doing the inner awakening and all that. For me, I was like, whoa, no way, you know, no way. I'm following this month, blah, 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 and so on. So I say I will just
so
stay.
when was this?
I think it's 2018 or 2017. When is Sadashivoham that year? The year where the year end is Sadashivoham, that year itself. Is it 2017? I think it's 2017 or 2018. It was Sadashivoham, then Mahasadashivoham, then Paramashivoham, then Paramashivoham level 2. I think it's 2017, 2018. I'm so bad with the year.
Okay. Well, you were saying that, yeah, you were in India for 4 months. From
that is 2018 or 2017 when I met you in January.
From that was 2017.
So that was the I remember I met you in 2017. So it was immediately after Sadashivoham. So Sadashivoham was the year before. Because I did Sadashivoham. And my sister Aparichitya Ananda, she did Sadashivoham, and in September she did the inner awakening. She did the inner awakening, then she went for Sadashivoham, then I jumped in and did Sadashivoham with her at the same year, at the same time.
2016.
So that is 2016. So I met you in 2017. So that means now it's how many years? So that is like 5 years, right?
Well,
flies.
yeah, but it's, yeah. So yeah. It could have, probably we met actually in 2016 itself, but yeah.
Yes. So I get connected with Swamiji on 2016. Even though I did not go for inner awakening in September, but I went for Sadashivoham. Even though I have a lot of major incompletion way before the program, but I did jump in. So I'm so glad I jumped in. No, I'm
right. So yeah, sorry. So take us back to that. Take us to your. So you were doing some sort of spiritual practice, say in 2015 or something.
Much. Yes. Yeah. Much earlier, I was doing a younger practice, which was much earlier. And I was following the Buddhist monk I was talking about. I went for his retreat. I'm doing silence meditation. I did that, I think, a couple of times before that. That time I already started to develop pain in my lower back. So in 2016, so it's 2016, right? So in 2016, so of course I went for Sadashivoham. Then they had I think the program that they were selected to do 3 months and then spend time with Swamiji 3 months in 2017. So my sister got into that program, but I didn't. So then they open up, they say they're going to do some yantra and all that. So I immediately, that's how I went to Bidadi, because I thought Swamiji is going to do the yantra for 3 months and all that. That's how I ended up as a volunteering. So that time I still had the problem, my back problem. So of course I stayed there.
This was 2016, right?
2017. That is January.
Oh, okay. That was the first time you went to India?
I did Sadashivoham. That is 2016, right? So
yeah.
then I came back to Singapore on 2016. Then
Oh,
early January, I flew back to Bidadi again. I flew
okay.
back to, yes, I flew
Okay.
back to India, supposed to do
Okay.
the yantra thing for 3 months, but ended
Ah,
up I volunteered because the yantra thing did not happen, correct?
uh,
The time when Swamiji announced, he said, "Oh, if you want to do the yantra, you have to jump in by this date." So my sister called. She's ready. She was ready in Bidadi, so she called me. You have to come. You have to do this yantra. Don't miss. So because I thought I was greedy at that time, I said, "Okay, so she's there. I don't want to miss it." So I jumped in. So immediately I packed my bags, bought the ticket, and flew to Bengaluru. That's what happened. Then I stayed there for 1 week, 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then I think I started to spoke to Ma Yanama. So Ma Yanama started talk to me. She said, if you stay in the Adinam, you have to do some volunteering work. So she spoke to me like that. Then it was quite funny because she tells me, what do you want to do? We have many departments, blah blah blah, and all that. So I say, what department do you have? But I told you before, right? Because for a long time,
but you have to go back. If you're going to tell us about this volunteering, then you have to tell us about uh, um, because you didn't tell what is Sarashivoham also.
Sadashivoham is a year-end program that is I would call it like a major program that is conducted by Swamiji. So basically, it's a program that gives you a conscious breakthrough by having a lot of initiation. At the time, I remember Sadashivoham that they have a lot of processes, a lot of initiation by Swamiji. Having sattvic food, sattvic organic food, and then you will do a lot of processes. Basically, is to a lot of completion processes. That's what you do. That's how I remember Sadashivoham. So basically, it's a very powerful program to awaken you. That's how I see it. In brief, I don't think so. It does any justification. Is to realize your highest truth. That is what the program. That's how I see is to realize your highest truth, to give you the conscious breakthrough, to make you, to have you experience your true self that is a lot more than what you have been conditioned with, or the ideas that you hold about yourself. Is to break all the ideas, the toxic ideas about yourself, how small you are. Is to break all the brainwashing by society, our own thought current, our past experiences. Is to break all that. That is Sadashivoham. I had a lot of fun. It was intense. I got very sick, but it was really, really intense. But I remember it was a lot of fun for me. The first half was very fun for me. Then the second half, when all the shit come out, it was the different case. It still generally is the cleansing was very, very intense. Is you need to experience it. You need to experience it to understand what this is all about.
It's because you said that you were skeptical about what your sister was sharing before that. Tell us about
Yes.
you were someone doing something. Your sister said she's going to India. You were very skeptical. Tell us from there.
Okay. Because I was already in yoga for many years. Then I went into meditation and all that. So I started to hold a certain ideas about spirituality. So my ideas about spirituality is about, I have this imagery about Buddha wearing very little clothes, tattered clothes or fabric around his body. He doesn't own any material wealth, nothing. Basically he renounced his material wealth. That's all, and then that's how he reached enlightenment. I mean, that is the basic idea I had about spirituality, also called my ignorance. So I hold this idea of spirituality like that very, very strongly. If I go into spiritual path, I should not have any craving. I should not have this. I should not have that. I should not have attachment to material, blah blah blah, and all that kind of thing. So I hold that idea very strongly in me for many, many years when I when I on my spiritual path. So when my sister sent me a video of Swamiji, she said, just watch this video. She said, she didn't say much. She just called me. She was very excited. She asked me whether I want to go for the program. She said she met a guru that she's able to connect with for a long time. I know she was looking for a guru for a long time, for a couple of years after my mom's death. She was talking, so I always encourage her, you must find a guru, you must find a guru, you must find a guru will guide you, a guru will guide you. I always tell her, but somehow she'll say, okay, she followed this guru, she followed that guru through YouTube, of course. She watched a lot of YouTube. She was completely absorbed, obsessive about constantly listen to this Tibetan, blah, 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 and all that. But nothing really clicks for her. So one day, I think in the mid of June, somewhere mid-year in 2016, she suddenly called me. She said, I finally found a guru. I'm going to India. That was very not like her at that point, because I know my sister, she's never going to do that. She will never like just drop everything, you know, unplanned, without anything, just go for a program in India on her own. So she encouraged me, do you want to come in September? There is this program called Inner Awakening, blah, 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 and all that. But she didn't reveal too much. She said, oh, this is the Indian guru, you know, he gave me a lot of clicks, blah, blah. She was like raving about it and all that. She was very happy, very excited, ecstatic about this new discovery, this new connection that she had.
So she was talking about the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan
Yes,
Nithyananda.
yes,
Somehow she had discovered somehow on YouTube or something.
Yes, she actually connected through a YouTube. She watched a YouTube. Then when she said, now when she was, so at the point she was like that, so she was able, she said she's going regardless whether I'm going or not. She said she is going for the program in September, which is very unlike her. It's very unlike her to do the jump. So she was completely ecstatic about it. So she said, you must keep your mind very open. I'm going to send you the video, you watch, but she just kept telling me, you just be very open-minded about it. So of course, me with my spiritual arrogance, I thought I was very open-minded. Of course, that is my, at the point of time, I thought I was very open-minded. I said, of course, I'll be very open-minded, you know. So then she sent me the link through WhatsApp. So the moment when I opened the video, yes.
And so were you still, were you working? What was your job at that time?
I was freelancing as a graphic designer.
Okay.
I'm really starting to teach part-time yoga teaching. I was teaching Iyengar part-time as like, because I wanted to progress in my practices and all that. So I decided to go a little bit into the teaching because it helps me a lot to progress in my practice. And I was also following, like what I said, follow the Hindu monk. I was doing a little bit of silent meditation, and I have the support group. Every week we will just like meet up and then we just do a bit of meditation and all that. That's what I'm doing at that time.
So that's like mid 2016.
Yes, that's mid 2016.
Okay.
So
great.
at that time also, I already had my back problem. My back problem is already progressing. I already had the deterioration. I already knew I had that back problem. I knew I had the deterioration of the leg problem. So I was working on my back problem at the same time also.
Great. What were you doing for your back? What were you doing?
I was doing Iyengar yoga. So I told my teacher, Peter, at that time. Peter was my teacher at the time. So he's my only Iyengar teacher anyway. So I telling him, so he was helping me. He also gave me solution, what I need to do, what practices I need to do to heal myself, to solution to my back problem.
And what was it helping?
It was helping at the same time. It was helping, but definitely at that time, because I was getting into it more intensely, and he became more intense with me also. So there's a lot of emotional, negative emotion, was like a lot of negative emotions surfacing for me because of all these things is happening, like my mom, my back, then the intensity of the practice, and then the meditation also is bringing up a lot of things. So basically, it's like you are put in a pressure cooker. That's how it felt for me at that time. You know, so I have a lot of like anger issues. I was like angry most of the time with myself, with people that I'm working with. You know, I was having a lot of this kind of relationship with the society and with myself also. And also with my parents, of course. So when I say society, means it's friends, colleagues, or people that I work with my families also. That includes my family. But of course, I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my parents what I'm going through. I was unable to communicate with them what I'm going through. I felt because I distanced myself, I actually built a lot of a thick wall around me. So I kind of cut them off. They couldn't understand what is happening, even though they are trying to help, but I was so uncommunicative. I basically cut them off. So yeah, that is a situation. That is my relationship with my parents at the time.
Okay, why was that all happening?
Why is that happening with me? It's a lot to do with my sexuality. I was at that time, I haven't come out. I'm not sure whether I came out to my parents. Maybe I did. Let me think. Yes, I came out to my parents and it went downhill. Because when I came out to my parents a few years before, in my mind, I have a certain expectation of how my parents should behave. I thought my parents will accept my me being as a gay person. But when I came out, it didn't turn out the way what I was expecting, what I had in mind, the idea I hold in it. I thought I didn't expect they will accept me. I thought it will be okay. They will try to digest it and all that. But when I came out, it was really bad. It was really bad. We had a very, very it just exploded. The whole thing just exploded. So then after that, even before that, I already started to distance myself from my parents. Why I did the question to me is like, why I distance myself from my parents is because of I didn't want them to know. Before that, I didn't want them to know that I'm gay. So I was trying to hide that. I thought that if I distance myself, they would not know this part of me, you see. But my mom already had a suspicion because I was very close to the time my partner. I was staying with him. We are very close. But of course, I present to my parents as he's a very close friend of mine. He's a housemate, blah, 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 and all that. So, but my mom already has a suspicion. But because we didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. So everything was just left it as it is until I decided that I couldn't take it anymore. I broke off with him, and then I came out to my parents. So when I came out to my parents, my relationship with my parents actually went downhill. It just escalated. It's not even escalated, it just went downhill. It got worse because they did not agree, they cannot accept it, and the whole experience was really bad. So it was like that for many years.
Looks like I had a little internet issue.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, it should be fine. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So that is the main reason why I distance myself. How my relationship with my parents is so bitter is because of my sexual identity. That is the main reason. That is the main reason for me. And then I also started to develop a lot of blame on them. I blame my parents for who I am. I blame my parents for me from being gay. I had a lot of anger issues towards my parents, especially my mom. Yeah, so that's what it is. I was very critical towards them. I was very non-communicative, even though my mom tried to communicate with me. I just completely shut her out. My dad has been as being him. He was not very communicative, so he just leave it as it is. He leave everything to my mom. So my mom was trying to communicate. He didn't say much, but basically when I came out, it was like downhill all the way. Everything just exploded. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then, okay, there's just a few things you mentioned. I like, you know, you're saying like at that time you were experiencing this or that, and you know, not communicative and having anger and all this. So what's, I don't know what you want to share next. Do you want to, like, what is the solution for that sort of, you know, you said that's what you said, you were blaming your mother, you were blaming your parents, and upset about that. So what's the solution for that, you know?
My first big breakthrough when how I knew that I had so much anger issue and the pointing fingers, the blaming, my anger towards his parents is like when I did the silence retreat for 1 week, or I think 2 weeks, 2 week silence retreat. That time I'm still not connected with Swamiji yet. I already came out, so because when I came out, my relationship with my parents just deteriorated. So then I started to do this meditation and all that, and it came out. The solution was I don't know why I wanted to do the meditation, but I felt I needed to do something to deal with whatever I'm dealing with. So I went for the retreat, a silent retreat, and it came out. So somehow the silent retreat, everything just exploded, surface. I could see that the amount of anger I had for actually more for my mom, towards my mom. I blame my mom for it. The anger issue towards myself, everything just came out. It just exploded. Everything, it's just like a dam broken. The dam is broken. It just opens up. It's like a floodgate. That's how my experience is. So then I know, oh, when I had that experience after that, of course, the monk just, he guided me. He asked me to continue to observe. He gave me that space and all that. So the healing process was intense during that time. So I know that was a breakthrough for me. A breakthrough for me with my relationship with my mother and my parents, in general, with my parents and all that, and with myself also. So that is just I would call it one of the layers. It's been peeled off. But so I thought that, okay, that is a good thing. I was pretty happy with it. So I said, okay, maybe it's time for me to continue with whatever I'm doing. Whatever I'm doing is definitely going into the right direction. That is me was talking to myself. I said, okay, so there's the right direction. I should continue with this since it's doing a lot of good for me. So I continue with that. So of course, then at the time already have a certain ideas about spirituality because of these experiences and how the path has helped me a lot in that way. It does help me, but because I have so much of it, you know, so I thought, okay, that's good. I continue. So until the mid of 2016, when my mom's death and all that kind of thing. So there's a lot of things are still building up, completing and all that. When I got connected with Swamiji, I thought, okay, you know, when I got connected with Swamiji, so my sister went to Inner Awakening. I didn't want to go because I have so much judgment and ideas about Hinduism. I was completely ignorant about everything about Hinduism, the culture and everything. So I was zero. That's all I can say. So I didn't want to go. So my sister went. So she went and she came back. So during the program, she called me, she updated me and all that. What I realized about her, because I was quite close to Aparijita Ananda, she's my elder sis. I'm closer to her at that time than my second sis. I'm able to communicate with her because we somehow kind of like about the same frequency. So she updated me. She was very excited. She will call me. She will update me about what's happening in the program and all that. What I noticed about her, there is changes in her, which I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand how can a person that I knew like for almost 40 years can just turn around within a couple of months. Even before she went to the Inner Awakening, when she talked to me, I really can sense something change in her. something changed in her, something that I cannot understand. I cannot comprehend. It doesn't, there's no answer to it, but I just know the changes, which is, I felt it was impossible. So then I said, okay, so there's these changes, and I see the change as being very positive. So I decided to give me the opportunity to start to listen to Swamiji Satsang. So every time when I listen to Swamiji Satsang, I get a major headache. I couldn't stand. When I look at him, every time I look at him, he brings out a lot of incompletion in me. So I decided, okay, I will continue to listen to his satsang, but I will not look at him. So I'll just play the satsang, and I just put it next to me. I don't look at him. I just listen to him. Even his voice brings out major incompletion in me. I can't stand his everything about him is just like so much incompletion that he brings out in me. But I don't know why, but whatever it is, even though so much incompletion, but I still continue listening to him. That is the funny thing. That is like, I think my whole life is always had this love-hate relationship with my past teacher, my love-hate relationship with my past career. So it's the same thing. Not that I noticed any love at that point of time. I just know that I can't stand him, but I still have to listen to him because I know the changes in my sister is just impossible. That cannot be explained within a couple of months. Then she came back. I noticed a huge change in her after she came back from inner awakening. So when in inner awakening, she already decided that she's going to go for Paramashivoham. She told me that I already signed up for Paramashivoham. I'm going to Paramashivoham. You want to go, and now you must go. This. She was like raving about how fantastic it is and all that. At that time, I still didn't want to jump. I said, okay. So I was like contemplating, sitting and all that. Then she got connected to the Singapore Sangha. And then I get to meet the person in charge of the Singapore Sangha, which is Ma Durga. So I met her. At that time also, she bring out a lot of incompletion in me. So I didn't have a very good impression. So I just left it as it is. But the time they already announced it's going to have Paramashivoham. So every week they have a weekly program at the Sangha. So I started to attend the program and all that. So a lot of experiences happening and all that with me. I couldn't understand myself. So I think my experiences for me was really interesting is when my sleep, when I decided to take the jump for Paramashivoham, I have major incompletion with money because at that point of time, I felt like it's too much money for me. I do not want to spend that kind of money. So when I took the jump, there's so much fear came out in me. But what was really interesting when I took the jump, that night itself, I had this very interesting experience, which is Ganapati he gave me a darshan. He came into my dream. I saw him, he came into me, and it's like this elephant's head. He just goes straight into my heart chakra. It's just like somebody just like bam into. I can feel the intensity of it. It's just like that. That is my experience. So when I woke up, I can remember very clearly, like, wow, I know Ganesha. I just know Ganesha. Even before I was into Hinduism, I was attracted to Ganesha. I collected small murti of Ganesha years back, like 10 years ago. I already had like 2-3 Ganesha murti with me. So when he appeared in my dream, I know that is Ganesha. I saw that is Ganapati. I see Ganapati appeared. Then, of course, subsequently, before the program and all that, I have like many experiences which I cannot explain. So when I went to Paramashivoham, of course, it was a great experience. It was a mixed experience for me. I mean, for me, it's a mixed experience because it's a cleansing, a lot of incompletion, all surface and all that. And of course, my back, I asked for Swamiji to heal my back. I constantly asked Kalabharav to heal my back, Swamiji to heal my back. Constantly, that's what I've been asking. So I was asking for that. Then Swamiji didn't say anything. Of course, he gave the darshan, the initiation. He looked at me, or sometimes he don't look at me. So it doesn't matter. So he asked what we want. So this is what I wanted. So I wanted that. So after Paramashivoham, I came back. I was not selected for that 3 months program, which my sister, she stayed on. So she was in Bidadi. I came back. I went into a deep depression. Then in January, that is when they announced the yantra thing. So my sister said, you have to come, you have to come by this day, blah, blah. I think within 2 or 3 days, I bought a ticket and I went back to Bidadi. So in Bidadi, then the yantra news somehow, I think it didn't happen. So then I spoke to Ma Yanama. So Ma Yanama asked me that if you want to stay on, you have to volunteer. I said, okay, you know, it's good for me to volunteer. So she asked me what department I wanted. So this one will come to the healing of my back. This 3 months at the volunteer is very connected to the healing of my back. So then, so Ma Yanama gave me a list. Okay, you can volunteer this department, this department, this. So I looked at it because you know that I was really into arts. I believe I was really into arts. So when I saw sacred arts, I had this delusion idea about arts. So I thought, oh, maybe it's about this. So I had this romantic idea about sacred arts. I completely did not prepare for it. So I said, oh, sacred arts sounds nice. It must be art and crafts, you know, this, that, you know. So I was holding this romantic about sacred arts. So I said, okay, I want to go to sacred arts, you know. I said, I want to go to sacred arts. That's it, you know. That's how I ended up in sacred. That's how I met you. Then, of course, when I go into sacred arts, I told them, oh, I have my back problem. I told Ma Yanama, I constantly reminded her. So Ma Yanama will just look at me. She did not reply. She'll shake her head. She's just like that, you know. I say, yeah, I have this back problem, you know. Basically, I was whining about my problem being powerless and all that. So it was quite funny. So when I go to sacred arts, oh my goodness, almost every day you have to carry heavy things. I got so angry. I say, how can they do this to me? They're abusing me, you know. I have this back problem, but they make me carry heavy stuff, you know, especially all the deities constantly you need to move. You need to move in and out, constantly you have to carry. Basically, you are doing a lot of carry, a lot of physical work. It was very intense. Then I was like helping you, you know, assisting you, organizing. Like every time I was like angry. It's like, my goodness, it's like, I think it's like 12 hours. We are just doing physical work. So I was like angry all the time. I remember I was angry all the time because I couldn't comprehend, I couldn't understand, because it's like, how can they do this to me when I have this back problem? Because I have this idea that when you have this problem, you cannot carry heavy stuff. That is what they brainwash you. You know, that's what the society is telling you. The doctors will tell you, oh, you have this degenerative, you cannot carry heavy stuff. But then for Somiji's solution, it was completely the opposite. No, you do more. You build up your system. I mean, now I'm able to see you build up your system. So that's what I did. Even after when I was out of sacred arts, I went into Ma Yanama, the program department. I still was very much connected to sacred arts. Every night I had to go to sacred arts, had to carry stuff, had to do the physical work. It was like that for me for 3 months. It was very funny for me. For 3 months I was volunteering. It was very, very physical, constantly carrying heavy stuff. Constantly I was like upset, angry with the Sangha, with everybody, with myself, with generally with everybody. I know that all I remember for myself is angry all the time, but it seems other people have a different impression of me, which is very funny.
Yeah.
It was so funny that they remember good things about me. Then I was thinking, no, I was always angry with Swamiji. I always had major incompletion. Then he'll always show up in front of me when I was very angry. Of course, at the time, I didn't know that he was healing me. Even though he pretended not to see me, he was healing. That's it. He appeared every time when I was very, very angry. He would appear in front of me physically. And I didn't know that. And of course, I was so ignorant at that time. So I would tell my sister, yeah, I saw Swamiji like that. Then my sister was so excited, you know, you're so lucky, you know, you get darshan from him and all that. Then me with I say, yeah, whatever, you know, yeah, I don't want to see him, you know. Every time it works all the time. You don't know how many times darshan, I always have physical darshan from him. Every time I have major incompletion, especially when it blew up, when it exploded. So when after the 3 months, I think I noticed that I do not have the problem after 1 year. The following year was Paramashivoham. I did Paramashivoham. Then I did NYTT also, the Nithyananda Yoga Teachers Training. I think on the same year with
You're
Mahasarashovoham.
saying what happened to your back problem? It disappeared somehow?
I didn't go for any X-ray, but now I do not have anything. I can tell you now. Why I know it's healed because I do not have that clicking thing. I do not feel any pain. I don't have anything now. I didn't go for medical checkup. I just know the thing is not there anymore.
So what happened? When did that happen?
I think the year after 1 year after Mahasarashovoham. After Mahasarashovoham, I think it's already in progress. It was a transition. It didn't go off immediately because I know that time I was volunteering in that year in 2017 when I met you, and when I met you it was 2017, right? In the beginning of the year, January, and then maybe February. I still see you because I still go into sacred arts and all that. At the time, I know also the Balasan will have Akashic reading. So every opportunity I know there's an Akashic reading, I run to the, is it Raja Sabha or the other Sabha? I cannot remember.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go there. And every time I go there, I ask Kalabara to heal me, Kalabara to heal me, Kalabara. Then he will say something, he will give me this, he'll give me apply this. Basically, generally, I was asking for healing everything until Kalabara kind of lost a little bit of patience to me. I can see Kalabara was like looking at me very ferocious then, because I always ask the same thing, which was very funny. Then when I will also go to the gate every night after every time when we finish whatever we need to do, I will sit in the gate and ask the same thing. Always ask the same thing again and again for at least like 3 months. Then Mahasarashovoham, I think, asked again. Then I realized I didn't really like notice any difference. And then I realized that I don't have that thing anymore. One day I just realized. So I suspect that it was completely healed when it was after Mahasarashovoham. It's a progression. The healing is there. The healing, it coincide with my cognition about life. Means it's like I used to think that life do not support me, life do not understand me, my family don't support me because of me being gay. So I carry this very idea that nobody is supporting me, nobody is understanding me. So when I have that cognitive shift, right, that healing starts to happen. I realized that all this toxic mental setup that I carry inside me is a lot to do with my degenerative or my lower back. It's basically the spine is a lot to do with support. So for many years, I started to build this idea that life is not supporting me, family do not understand me, society do not understand me, society discriminate me. A lot of this like rejection, basically a lot of rejection, a lot of self-hatred. That's how it is. So when I have that cognitive shift, I started to understand, when I started to listen to Swamiji, of course, with the completion process, even when I was volunteering that year, there's a lot of completion process. I get to sit in for Swamiji's initiation and all that also. A lot of initiation I get from him. Even I have the privilege to sit in with the others that do the program and all that. So they thought that I was in the program. I said, no, I'm actually a volunteer because I get to sit in with the initiation that they are doing and all that. So that has helped a lot. And then a lot of temple visiting also during that period. So the temple visiting, like, follow Swamiji around that was really exciting. Very, very exciting, very interesting. So yeah, that's how my back healed. Because of not having the idea that, being powerless is, he built up your system by going the other way around, by building up your system, your muscles, everything. And I think what it is the powerless cognition that I have about it, you know. Oh, I have back problem, you feel sorry for yourself, you constantly whining about your problems. But what Swamiji did is he cleaned this out from your system. You don't carry all these things from you. I think the moment when you don't carry this, it's all gone. And of course, I think it's also definitely it's a mix of different processes, like the Aushada processes, you know.
Right. Yeah. And you also said, like, you mentioned briefly, so there's something called Akashic readings. And so the Akashic records is basically everything that's ever happened in all of existence is recorded
Yes.
in the fabric of time and space. It's recorded. And so it is possible to access that information just like any other information. Of course, that spiritual master guru has to know how to do it. But one of the identifiers of an incarnation is their ability to initiate others to also manifest these spiritual shaktis. And so Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is able to initiate anyone into immediately manifesting these third eye powers. And so in the Nithyananda Gurukul, he has initiated many Balasants, child saints, to manifest these powers. And one of the gifts that they give to humanity is by accessing the Akashic readings. So it's open, it's a service that is open to public, and they can visit and ask the initiated Balasant who is accessing Akashic records any question, anything about anything past, present, future. And the Balasant accesses Akashic records and reads only what appears to them as per their initiated vow, that they will not add or delete anything, but only what is revealed to them through third eye, they will relay that. And so that's what you said, that you were doing that as much as you could. You were visiting the Kalabhairava deity every night, you're saying for the same thing. And so of course you're living in an energized energy field of the Adinam. You're eating the sattvic, organic, vegetarian, yogic foods, right? And you're constantly around hearing the chanting, and you're doing the yoga every day and the puja, and so many things, right? And then of course being in the program itself is a completely different space. You had shared that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he cleaned out he cleaned out a lot of blockages and incompletions from your system. So that's one of the gifts of Guru, right? Is their ability to do things that we don't have any idea about. And so sort of the experience of miracles is like, we don't have any idea really what's going on. It's just the result it seems to be miraculous, but so the incarnation can teach that as a science. That's one of the unique identifiers of incarnation, as per the definitions given in Hinduism. Then you started talking about cognition. Can you expand a little bit more about that? Because you're saying, like, this is also what we spoke about when we were speaking about Jyotisha, and how modern science goes into the outer world and gathers observable data about the physical world and uses that to come to a conclusion. But what we're speaking about in Jyotisha and the mantra drashta, that is the one who sees the mantra in their inner space. And so we were sharing about how is it possible that ancient rishis knew, for example, the distance between planets, or could predict eclipses with exact precision, even though they weren't venturing out to it wasn't revealed, these sorts of, or distance between planets, it wasn't revealed through any sort of measuring instrument, but it was by going inside. And so it was actually this self-realization, realizing your oneness with all things, and then that oneness is you, and naturally then you have access to it. So it's a cognition shift that is unlimited. So could you share a little bit more about your experience of like the importance and impact of changing your cognition? How does that work? How is it so powerful? What is it?
The cognitive shift is important because it also makes us understand our so-called pain root pattern, or people call it life is sufferings and all that. Because when we were brought up into this world and all that by the society, we are constantly ingrained with this idea like you have to go through suffering in life, you have to be like this, there's a lot of impossibilities, there's a lot, even from a very young age, we are already ingrained by society with a lot of fear and all that. So why powerful cognition or cognitive shift is important? Because you need to understand that life is not like that. But because we are so brainwashed, so deep inside us, that we felt that we have to go through sufferings. We have to be like this. If we don't go through suffering, that is not life. So we see actually in actual fact, if we look at society in general, we see life in a very negative manner, not in a very positive light. Even though say, yeah, life, if you have gratitude, life is beautiful, but in general, I think in terms of the scale, it tends to skew more towards the negative rather than the positive. If you do not go through blah blah blah, you're a sinner, you are this, you are that. If you do not go through this, you're not living life, this and that, this and that. So we are so brainwashed that if you do not experience this, it's not life. So we are conditioned in that way that we are constantly embracing negativity, negative cognition or negative thought currents. We are constantly embracing that. But in terms of like cognitive shift, why cognitive shift is important? Because we need to understand, or I need to understand, is like there is more to it from what you understand. Like when you talk about how Swamiji is able to give us and heal us and all that, I want to add on that part also, because he understands us more than we understand ourselves. That's why he always have a solution for us. He always comes at the right time to deal with the things that you need to be complete. So I mean, back to cognitive shift is because cognitive shift is we need to understand that life is not what we are, the ideas that we hold, that life is suffering, life is a sin, or you're a sinner or not. It's not like that at all. It's not that. That is completely corrupted, is untruth. Cognitive shift is to make you realize that life is a lot bigger than what it is. Everything is a possibility. Everything is a possibility. You are always powerful. That's why it is. Like what Swamiji say is he came into this body is to tell us that we are God, So what do you mean that we are God? We are God means is everything is possible, everything is you. That's why like what you say about the rishis and all that, they are able to have realization about things that is beyond what we can understand, because that's how it is, because that is the possibility. They do not have the impossibility in them, not in their inner space. They don't hold that. They just leave it open. They just flow with it. Whatever comes, it just go. But the problem is because when we are so ingrained and keep embracing all this negative thought current, we are going against life. If we flow with it, actually it makes life so much easier. Everything just go with you. That's why when we have very good inner space, like sometimes some days when I have very good inner space, I can feel my manifestation is very fast. I just go opposite across the road to do some marketing. I want certain thing, it just come to me and more, just like that. It just flow with you. Everything just flow with you. You want to take a bus, you do not even have to wait. You come to the traffic light just turn green. just for you to pass through. Everything just flow. You know, that's how it's just flow. Even we might see as a small thing, it's not small. When you remove all these things, you realize that it's so smooth and so easy, and then you find you're always in a blissful mode. That's what it is. You know, is cognitive shift is important, is to remove all the toxic mental setup that we keep it in ourselves. It's important. Cognitive shift is basically is just like it's a detox. It's a detox for your toxic mental setup. It's for you to realize that you are more than what it is. You are a lot more than what it's a lot bigger than even for me as I'm talking now. I might not completely understand, but at least I know that it's a lot more than what I can even understand. I think there is no words. There's no English words for, I mean, my Sanskrit is not there. There's no English word for you to even to describe what it is, because it's beyond the logic that we can understand in this plane. No, that's the reason. That's the thing about when you have cognitive shift, right? When you have how people ask, how can it be healed just like that? Oh, you didn't go to the hospital, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. How can it be healed just like that? I don't know, but it's done. It's a done deal. It's healed. You know, if I tell you this, you say, oh, it's your blah 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 and all that. I don't care. I don't have the problem anymore. I don't care what you think, what you say, what you believe. But I know my body is not like before. Definitely, it's not like before. It's not just healed, it becomes stronger. That's what it is. So the cognitive shift is actually, it makes life easier for you. You know, it takes out all the suffering that you think that you have to go through, which you don't have to. And it gives you a lot more, a lot more. It's just waiting for you, whether you want it or not. It's just waiting. But the problem is when it's given to us, because we are so used to it, we always reject. You know, we don't understand, we reject. So that's why cognitive shift, powerful cognition is so important. Powerful cognition is basically, it just constantly put you in a high frequency, a high place. You know that even if you have a problem, you have a bad day, you know you can get out of it. You have a solution for it. You know, you're able to come out of it just like that. You know, you need to have a powerful condition. If you don't have a powerful condition, it will just pull you deeper and deeper, and then you start to whine about it. You start to mope about your problems for days and weeks. That's what I did. You know, I used to do that. I used to do that like months and months after that incident that happened 1 year ago. I still hold on to it. You know, that is terrible. That is terribly toxic. It's cancerous. Why would you want to do that? You know, if you have powerful condition, you just understand that, you declare it, you make a conscious decision, and you're out of it within minutes, seconds, or sometimes hours. It doesn't matter. It's just your conscious decision. You just have to decide. You just have to decide whether you want to be in this space or the other space. That's all. It's either left or right. So if we think about it, it's quite simple, right? But a lot of people see that it's impossible. How can it just be like that? Yes, powerful condition give you that. But of course, with the guru initiation, with the guidance, it makes it a lot easier for you. Definitely, for my own experience, the powerful condition actually healed my physical body. It removed a lot of my physical pain, a lot of problems that I have. My health was not so good. It definitely removed that. That is my personal experience. It removed that. It actually healed my physical body. The ideas I have about my body, the limitation I have my body, what I have in my body and all that, it completely removed all that. You need to have the powerful cognition. The shift must be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like, you know, you can change your life in an instant if you just decide, you know, to look at it differently, right? Like, and so it's that's the thing, is we're just continuously, we're just sort of continuously choosing limiting cognitions, and so
And we also don't have to live in fear. Otherwise, we are constantly living in fear. Oh, this, that, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? What is going to happen? You're constantly in a powerless state.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unnecessary worries. If you had a powerful cognition, you could actually just move ahead with the powerful cognition. You actually don't have to think about a bunch of things that aren't going to happen and worry that they might happen. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just say it just becomes irrelevant, You just do not give the energy to it. You just give the energy to whatever you want to manifest. You want to manifest, you want to get out of it. It's just it. So that itself, you need to have a powerful condition. You need to have that shift. You need to understand that you have the capabilities. That's why, why you ask me why you need to have the cognitive shift. The cognitive shift gives you the capabilities, the abilities. It's not a capability, the ability is the possibility for you to decide to get out of it or to stay with it. You want to get out of it, you just make a conscious decision, then you're out of it. That's it. You need to have that cognitive shift. Otherwise, you won't see that as a possibility. You do not see that as a solution. You do not even see that as an option for you. But because we have the cognitive shift, we are able to do that. We can decide to suffer or to get out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, one of the other experiences has been, you can just sort of something that happens on a deep level. You can just sit in a satsang, and you can go in with whatever issue you have, and then by the time you stand up, it's just completely cleared, and those are the kind of, those are some of the spiritual gifts, I guess. It's just sort of where you don't do anything. It just
you don't have to do anything precisely. Like what you say, you don't have to do anything. But the problem is, the thing is, with the society, we are constantly looking for problems.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
We are doing something, but we are constantly seeking out for problems, even though we don't have a problem. I mean, looking at back now, I realize that a lot of things is I seek out for the problem because I enjoy that part of it. You're so ingrained, you're so brainwashed that you need to have that, so you seek out for that. So when a guru came along and tell me, no, it's not like that, it's this, you cannot believe that is possible until you have a direct experience. I can't say that enough. Definitely the direct experiences. When you have the direct experiences, you just know that it works. That's it. It just works. That's it. You don't need convincing. You don't need somebody to tell you. You don't need conversion. No, nothing. The direct experiences, your own personal, direct, unique experiences is enough. He just give you the experiences. That is enough. I think that is what is great about the Sanatana science, the Dharma science. That's what is great about it. There's no other religion that is like that.
And one of the things that one of the unique contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is that Shambhavami Yuge Yuge, again and again, the Supreme Consciousness lands in human form to liberate the humanity from their powerless cognitions. And actually, so one of the necessities why the avatar has to happen, the incarnation has to happen, is because a cognition can only be transferred from body to body. So I just sort of wanted to highlight that because it has to do with like when your physical body sees another body, like, your intelligence and your body has this ability to empathize with other bodies. And, it can sense fear, anger, agitation, and also like sattva, sort of, your body is able to, like, it's been measured that, for example, when if you see someone swimming and swimming, then the parts of your brain that is activated while doing that activity is reproduced in your brain, even though you're not doing that activity. So just seeing another body engaged in what is that thing, that gets recreated experience in your brain. So that's the thing, is when you sit with the enlightened incarnation, your system sees that, and that gets recreated. So the mental setup and the neural pathways, the subtle grooves of the brain gets transferred into your system. And that can only happen, like if you're looking at a fish, you're not going to get the same impact. And if you're looking at someone in agitation, you're going to get the agitation. So you need to have the embodiment of the enlightened incarnation, so that can get transferred to you again and again, so that you can live it as a cognition.
Yeah, the mirroring of the neurons. The mirroring of the neurons. That's why the darshan is so important for us to always sit in the darshan, because he's mirroring the neurons of Paramashiva to us.
Yeah, so that's been some of the experiences, just that sometimes you'll just you'll be having this pattern or this problem or something, and it's just like as a darshan experience, or it's just okay, you just declare that you're dropping the past, and then a few days later you just realize what happened, like that whole thing, it's gone now, it's just gone. So those are sort of the spiritual sciences that it's extremely rare. Is there anything else you want to share about anything?
No. I don't know.
Sure?
I think
I mean, we'll come back for future episodes for sure.
all I get is all I have to say is in my back of my mind is get yourself initiated. Get yourself initiated by an avatar. Get your third eye opening. You will see the benefits. Is beyond benefits. Is beyond than what we understand. It's not like what we thought it is. Drop the fear. Get yourself initiated. Give yourself the opportunity, that the possibilities that you have, the kind of expansion, the kind of healing, that you are, to have a guru to be able to guide you for all the things, or whatever, good, bad, or however you see it, doesn't matter. But I think it's important all I can say is get your third eye opened. That is the first thing I came to me. I mean, it was at the back of my mind most of the time, is, when a person is not awakened, not initiated to get their third eye open, even when you talk to them, they are not able to see. But when your third eye is awakened by or initiated by an avatar, right? By Swamiji and all that, is your whole perspective will shift. When I say perspective, means it's a cognitive shift and all that. Of course, you will go through the ups and downs, but you will get out a lot more easy. You struggle a lot less, because it takes away everything from you. Of course, you still have to do what you need to do, but it makes life so much easier. You don't have to struggle so much, because Like for me, I wouldn't say my life is the worst, but I did struggle because of the thing that I manifested upon myself because of my toxic mental setup. I was like, so-called, I created it and then I struggled in it and then I swam in my own shit. So now, even if I know that I'm a little bit down or depressive, I know I can just do it. I have a solution for it. I just have to decide. You only can have that when your third eye is open because it enables for you to see all that much easier. I think also when you're initiated, your brain groove, your subtle brain groove start to develop. Your DNA of the body start to develop. I didn't take any medical test, but I know that my body is different from before. I just knew it. How I know, I have no explanation, but because I just know. It's just like certain things like people say like natural instinct, you just know. It's just like that. You just know that you're not like before. You're not like before. The moment you get initiated, the changes really start to happen. When I say the changes is a very positive changes. Even positive is a small word for it. It's a lot more than just positive changes. It's not even about positive changes. I can't think of a word now. All I can say is just do it. Have the opportunity, give yourself the opportunity, make that decision. I mean, whoever that is listening or come across this conversation, give yourself that opportunity. Don't deprive yourself from that. Don't do that. That's all I have to say for now.
Yeah, the third eye is like, it's so much like, intuition. It's so much knowing. It just takes so many thoughts away because before the thing happens, one of the experiences before whatever's happening, before that happens, you've already experienced like the outcome of it. That's the experience here. Before some experience is about to happen. Before it comes and happens, you've already seen the outcome of it. You already experienced the outcome of it. Like that, it happens routinely. And so it's just like, okay, great. Now it's going to happen. And it's just, then you can listen, then you can step back and listen and allow the thing to happen, with like bliss and intelligence instead of sort of like, feeling we have to defend and all that. So yeah, it's categorical life changing for sure.
Yes.
Oh yes. So February 19th, people can go to paramashivoham.org for a once in every 3-year life transformation to save your life, and everyone else that you come into contact with after that. So we're getting close to 8 hours now, if people don't know.
Yeah.
We've been sitting not entirely, but almost entirely in one spot for 8 hours, almost 8 hours now. So, so that's good.
I have so much energy,
What?
I still feel I have so much energy. That's just an interesting thing.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you. Yeah, I'm very surprised at how much energy you have. Yeah.
That's my guru behind me.
Yeah.
Swamiji.
I mean, that's what I could. I was saying earlier when I got initiated as a yogacharya, I said, I can't sit in one place for too long. I get tired and agitated. So can I sit in a chair? And it was like, no, you're a yogi. You have to sit. And I just never ever could do that until we got into nirahara, ability to live without food and beyond food. And over the past year and a half, so much agitation has left my system that I'm getting able to sit. And now I'm doing more gym, so it's getting stronger. And then when you do the pranayama, you can do pranayama while you're sitting to energize yourself so you don't get low mood. So I mean, it's just, obviously it's far from perfect, but in terms of a progression as of earlier, it's a miracle. It's miraculous. It was totally impossible.
Yes, please continue.
No, I'm just saying this was, completely impossible. Like,
yes,
totally impossible a few months ago that you could sit for 8 hours, like, period, like, so anyway.
Oh, it's good because the word that came to me when you were talking is the prana. You're already manifesting the using the prana from the environment. Otherwise, there's no way.
Exactly. And people don't know how powerful pranayama is. Like, you got to do a lot of enemas, because a clean intestine will change everything you know about planet Earth. Just, if you don't know, just do it. The truth,
I second that.
Yeah. It's generally like, if you can stay on a liquid diet for about 8 or 9 days and do a lot of enemas, you can get a fairly clean intestine. But the amount of energy that's available there, it's literally a furnace. Like, you shovel coal into a furnace to run the locomotive or whatever. That's what this thing is, that's what it's doing. It's breaking down the chemical reactions and huge amount of heat. It's a furnace. So when it's kept clean, it's like a rocket ship fuel center, and that can fuel you. And so it's often far from the daily experience of people, but the power. I always wondered, how can they sit and have energy? How can you sit without moving but build the body strong? And it's like, pranayama is a huge part of that. It's so energizing, even if you have the mental blockages. That's what I find is, when I do a big enema, all my mental depression goes away. It's, people could not imagine what a strong enema can do for you. How you feel tired, you feel lethargic, you feel confused, you feel low mood. People have no idea. A good, strong, cleansing enema, it's like 8 hours of sleep. It's just, so there's just, these, and the pranayama can do the same thing, right? A simple pranayama, you just hold the breath out as long as you can, breathe in as slowly and deeply as you can, and hold in as long as you can, and breathe out as slowly as long as you can. Hold out. It's basically breathing as slowly as you can. But if people do that, you can try just 21 times. If you do that, you'll see your body will be shaking, how much rejuvenated energy you can get just by sitting. But so, yeah, it's very powerful experiences, But okay, last chance if you want to share anything, Naya.
Sign up for Paramashivoham level 3.
Yeah.
Yes. You have the opportunity. Yes, do that. I think there'll be another webinar on Sunday, right? So any time when Swamiji coming, like two-way Bhava Samadhi, Darshan, two-way sit in, give yourself the opportunity, sign up. I think especially during this time, where there's so many crazy things that's happening around us. So it's a good thing that you must spend more time, sit with the guru. He'll give you the mirroring of the neurons to get yourself out from this pralaya, this pandemic. So I find that is, we need that support. Sometimes we can do whatever we can, but we still need a guru to give us that support. Definitely. Otherwise, why would he want to do that? He don't gain anything from it. It's we are the one. So don't always think that the guru wants something from us. He doesn't need anything from us. We are the one that needs something from the guru, not the other way around. So don't carry the ideas that when the guru tell you to do this, he wants something out from you. No, he doesn't want anything from you. He's only interested in your enlightenment. or even more, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, that the experience here also is, so many times having the mental depression broken, right, a guru, and being pulled out of it. Just that, having those experiences again and again, it just reinforces in you that it's possible. Because a lot of times you get into a mood and you just think nothing else is possible, only this mood. So many times being pulled out of the mood, just that hope, knowing that it's possible, knowing that the mood can be broken, that it doesn't have to last forever, that it is, it does just come and go. Just that, like, just the guru pulling you out so many times, like, without that, like, in many ways, that was the only reason I kept trying. That's the only reason I didn't quit. Is because so many times the guru pulls you out. And that's the only reason I didn't quit, because I know it's possible. I know. And so, yeah, that has been, those are the possibilities for guru, is that, it's when everything else seems impossible, you can have that experience knowing that despite, everything in your system is saying completely not possible, but guru's grace of continuously pulling you out of that can actually make something in you be able to have the will persistence to continue. And there's something about that, building that will persistence of just, even if you don't necessarily succeed in what you feel you need to, but that very, like, it's said that Devi will bless you just if you try. If you just try, she'll come and bless you. And even if you pretend to try, it said that even if you pretend to try, Devi blesses you. So
Yeah, like
I guess that's
what community say, like, if you failed once, you succeeded 10 times. In one of his satsang, he said, if you failed once, you succeeded 10 times. Even we see as a failure, it's not a failure, but you tried. For me, is like, when you share much earlier, when you share your experience, I have a lot of admiration for you to be able to do that, because I can't say that for myself for now, because I still enjoy it. So when you explain to me the process, the what you're consuming, and I say, wow, I have a lot of admiration. Maybe you don't see that, but for me, it's like, for you to continue to do that, that takes a lot of will persistence. I do not see it as a failure. I do not see it at all. Is if you ask anybody, anyone outside, have they able to do it? I doubt so. 2 years. Is it 2
Yeah.
years or 1.5 years? That takes a lot of will persistence.
No, see, it's been a year and a half of trying. Yeah.
Yes, but that's how I see it's a success, because when you came online, I saw it when I see you, I'm looking at your space. I mean, I can't describe what I mean. What people might ask, what do you mean? When I look at you, what I remember from the past or a few months ago, or I think Paramashivoham level 2, I think we met also online when we were doing the Paramashivoham level 2, because I was volunteering. So
yeah,
I kind of vaguely remember how your space is at that time and now, whatever struggle that you see yourself, but when I look at you, it's different. I cannot explain. It's just like when I look at Maya Nama, I know her space shifted, that she looks different. It's like, when the person has a very good space, you just want to look at them. I just find them very attractive, not in a sexual way. You're just drawn to them because of their space, It's like, that's it, even you say you are trying, it takes a lot of will persistence. It takes a lot of intensity. The intensity must be there. Otherwise, no way you can do it. And also, is your integrity to your own sankalpa also. Yes. Well, you
Yeah, I
say
mean,
yeah, it's right, but it's still you're still going on. That means you're still doing it. That's it. The story is you're still doing it. So I do not see that it's a trying. I find it's a success story. That's how I see it. I see it as a success story. But when you say trying, I do not see that because I see it as a success story because you're still doing it after 1.5 years. It's a long time for you to do that. If you ask me, I can say, okay, I can do, Nirahara Samyama for maybe 31 days, I've done many times. Okay, maybe I still can do that, but for 1.5 years, I won't declare now, but I should give myself that possibility to do it.
mm. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's I mean, it's out of necessity. That's, to be honest, it's only happening because it has to happen. That's the only, it was a recognition that it has to happen, and so that, that has started to develop some will persistence. But and so there is progression. But yeah, it's like you say, it's an extreme number of failures. Like, that's definitely it's like it's an extreme, but you keep going. And I think that's the most, I mean, that's the most important thing, is not the number of failures, it's you just keep going. And so, but that is a thing. It's like, will persistence is a very it's a very powerful thing, actually. But yeah, so it's definitely been a blessing, having the sort of agitated biomemory that has become released a lot of agitation over the past year and a half, and does make a big difference. So, but great. So
Yeah, I
I think
mean,
that's
when you say that it has to happen, right? It just gave me a click that is a cognitive shift. I mean, you asked me about the cognitive shift just now. I was talking, I was like, I was trying to say something, but as just now when you say that has to happen, that is a cognitive shift. That is a very, very good example of a cognitive shift. If you don't have that cognitive shift, you will never be able to do that.
yeah.
I'm very clear on that. The moment when you say that has to happen, that gave me such a big click. That is a very, very good example of a cognitive shift. It needs to be cognized. It needs to be in your powerful condition. Otherwise, you won't be able to. It's not even sustained. You won't be able to continue. Yeah, it's sustainable. That means you're able to continue and sustain, even regardless how many times you say that you have tried, but you're still doing it. That itself, as an overall, when I listen to what you say, you don't know how many times you have failed, but there's only word I can see is a huge success. 2 words. It's a huge success. Huge success. That's it. I did not even see it as the failure thing was not even that. I didn't even see that. I see it as a huge success. I'm not saying it because I know you. It's not that. I just see it that way. When you say that has to happen, that is cognitive shift. If you do not have a cognitive shift, there's no way you can do it. You would have give up long time ago. You would have dropped everything and you're going to do whatever other things that you need to do.
Mhm.
No way you can do for 1.5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, obviously everyone follows their own path, and yeah, it would have been nice to align to it quicker, but yeah, but yeah, it's that has been one of the things is, that's been helpful, is recognizing what's important and what's not, and what's a priority. That is a powerful process. And
Yes.
so part of it was just giving importance to that you know what, it's important to to simplify. It's important to know what's important and not what's not. And if that is a process that you have to engage in, then you have to engage in it, because it's important to know what's important and what's not. And if that's a process, then you have to do that process. And that has been really helpful. That it was something, it's just, and that it's totally right what you said is, if you don't have the clarity of how important it is, then you wouldn't be able to do it. And that was why I hadn't done it in the past, because I didn't recognize how powerful it was. I didn't recognize that it was crucial to me. Only when I recognized that I had this destructive, and I'm still going through it, but this destructive bio memory inside of me, and it had to be, that was my personal thing I had to overcome. And the only way it can be overcome is it has to be burnt out over time. And as long as I'm feeding it, it's getting stronger. When I recognized that animal was inside of me and it had to be dissipated, then I took it serious. I didn't take it. I just sort of sloughed it off until I saw the magnitude of it, and that something else was possessing my body, not me. Then I was like, oh, I can't live like that. I can't have something else possessing my body. I don't know what it's going to take, but I have to rectify. I can't, that doesn't make any sense. I can't have something, I can't not be in control of my body. Like, there was so much agitation when I tried to stop eating. My body was not useful to me at all. It was so agitated and all that. And I was just like, that can't be my life. That's not an option. So I don't know what it's going to take, but I got to find a solution to this thing. But yeah, it took to that level where I was like, I never recognized that. I didn't recognize that something else was possessing me, that my bio memory was living a life of its own. And that, because I always, kind of fooled myself, oh, I'm in control. And sometimes it's difficult, but it's like, but anyway, so that was, yeah, it was just recognizing that. It was, yeah. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's my problem. That's between me and me. And only I can, like, other people, yeah, they're great and they're doing stuff, and I want to be like them, that's fine. But this is me versus me, and only I can fix this, and I have to do this. So I'm the one who has to put the work into it, So, but yeah, it was until I recognized that I was totally possessed by something else, and that, hey, that's you and your path and your past too. Until I recognized that, I was always judging myself against others and trying to be like them. And problem was not really looking at what I needed to face. That was a big unpacking process that I've done. I spent the last couple of years going through, just unpacking. Okay, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? What did I miss? What was I avoiding? And a lot of it's so much of it. That's why some people can just come and just catch. Yes, do what the guru says. They can just catch it, And a lot of it does come back to that sort of thing where it's like, and it's that self-destructive thing, it's it's like because we're not given the experience of living freely, we hold on to, what is suffering, but it's a known suffering. So we hold on to that identity. And then the guru comes and says, no, you don't have to hold on to that. You can let go. And then, he kind of starts like, it's kind of like starts prying open your fingers, and you're like, no, I'm going to hold on to this, that's literally what it is. And it's like, yeah, it's the self-destructive pattern that keeps you self-destructive that becomes extremely violent to maintain its self-destructiveness. And it's like, whew, somehow we have to get out of these layers, But yeah, so anyway, thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing too, for you. You gave me a lot of things today. Give me a lot of things, a lot of completion. You actually make me see me.
Yeah, that's what Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, whenever we do these talks, I don't know, whenever the other person starts speaking, like I've noticed this the last few times, when the other person starts speaking, I feel like a volcano is going to erupt. And I almost feel like I have to move, like it's going to erupt. And it's some kind of intense excitement that happens. And it's like, oh, they're sharing something that, that I don't know. It's a real excitement, like, oh, they're going to share something that is really, I guess, relevant to me. But I noticed that the last few times when we first start, this thing just starts happening, and this big excitement, and it's like extreme excitement, and it's like something is knowing, oh, that being is like saying something that I know about. So, but it's happening with everyone, and it's so, yeah, and the dimensions that are going to come out, you don't know. That's what is really, we had actually talked about that. That is really powerful, like just having these experiences of oneness with everyone else. So giving ourselves the time to unpack it and expose it. And that's what we were talking about, like Hindus talking about Hindumisia, how I became a Hindu activist, and people will say, I'm not a Hindu activist and I can't be an activist. It's like, we are. It's just, we just have to give ourselves the opportunity to expose it. So, but yeah, the many dimensions that we can connect with each other on, that we'll have no idea, unless we give the opportunity for it to open. So this is what I feel is, it's such an effortless experience. So we definitely need to involve more people in it. Great. Okay. Great. So we're going to complete this live session, and yeah, and thank everyone. If anyone, I guess this was only 4 hours. There was 4 hours of live. So if anyone sat for the 4 hours live, then put some sort of a heart comment there so we know, and and we'll reply to you. So okay, then let's complete this session chanting Pura Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Parukar Paramastu. Om Nithyanandam. Okay, thanks, Kyung. It's been really great.
Thank you. Yes.
So we look forward to the next time we can gather.